What if Harry found Slytherin's secret harem chamber with portraits that could become real witches? Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see what if Harry found Slytherin's secret harem chamber with portraits that could become real witches? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now let's start the story. Chapter 1. The door behind the door Harry's wand hit the bathroom floor and he didn't bother picking it up. The nightmares had gotten worse. 3 weeks since he'd killed the basilisk, and every single night he was back in that chamber, watching Ginny's life drain away while Tom Riddle smiled. But tonight was different. Tonight, the dream showed him something new. A door. A door behind the statue of Salazar Slytherin, covered in serpents that moved and whispered his name. He'd woken up knowing exactly where to go. "This is stupid," he muttered to himself, splashing water on his face from moaning Myrtle's sink. "This is really genuinely stupid." He went anyway. The entrance opened the same way it had before. Parseltongue felt different now, less like speaking and more like breathing. The pipes groaned and shifted, revealing the tunnel down into the darkness, and Harry jumped without hesitation. He'd done this before. He could do it again. The chamber was exactly as he'd left it. Basilisk corpse rotting in the shallow water. Ginny's bloodstains still on the stone floor. The house elves either couldn't or wouldn't clean down here. Tom Riddle's diary lay in pieces near the entrance, and Harry felt a vicious satisfaction seeing it destroyed. But his feet carried him past all of it, straight to Slytherin's statue. The stone face loomed above him, mouth still open from when the basilisk had emerged. Harry stared at it for a long moment, trying to figure out why he'd come. The dream had shown him a door. There wasn't any door. Just old stone and older magic and the smell of death. "Show me," he hissed in Parseltongue, not really expecting anything. The statue's eyes opened. Not the mouth this time, the eyes. They glowed a sickly green, and Harry stumbled backward, nearly tripping over a basilisk fang. The stone ground against itself, a sound like bones breaking, and the entire wall behind the statue began to shift. Slytherin's face split down the middle, the two halves sliding apart to reveal a passage that definitely hadn't been there before. "Oh," Harry said quietly. "Oh no." The passage was narrow and dark, but warm air drifted from it. Actual warmth, not the cold dampness of the rest of the chamber. He could see light flickering somewhere deep inside. Torchlight, maybe, or something worse. Every instinct told him to leave. Get Dumbledore. Get anyone. He was 12 years old and had nearly died down here less than a month ago, and only an idiot would walk into an unknown passage in Salazar Slytherin's secret lair without backup. Harry walked in anyway. The passage twisted and turned, sloping steadily downward. The walls were covered in carvings. Snakes, obviously, but also runes he didn't recognize and scenes of what looked like rituals, people kneeling, circles of power, women standing in the center of complex magical arrays. He didn't stop to study them. The warmth was pulling him forward, and with it came a sound. Voices, multiple voices, speaking in a language he didn't know but somehow understood, the way he understood Parseltongue. The passage opened into a circular room, and Harry stopped breathing. Portraits. Dozens of portraits, lining the walls from floor to ceiling. But these weren't like the paintings at Hogwarts, frozen in their frames until someone spoke to them. These portraits moved. They gestured and argued and laughed. And when Harry stepped into the room, every single one of them turned to look at him. "Well," said a woman's voice, rich with amusement, "it took you long enough." The largest portrait hung directly across from the entrance, dominating the wall. The woman inside it was beautiful in a way that made Harry uncomfortable. Dark hair, sharp features, eyes that seemed to see right through him. She wore robes of deep purple, and when she smiled, it reminded him of a snake about to strike. Harry said intelligently. "Who are you?" "He doesn't know," another portrait laughed. This one showed a younger woman with wild red hair and Greek-style robes. "Oh, this is precious. 1,000 years, and the heir who finally finds us is a child who doesn't even recognize Morgana Le Fay. Harry's brain caught up with his ears. Morgana Le Fay? King Arthur's half-sister, yes. Morgana waved a hand dismissively. Though I prefer to be remembered for my own accomplishments rather than my brother's legend. You're Harry Potter, the boy who killed Salazar's pet. How do you know my name? We know everything that happens in this castle. A softer voice this time from a portrait to his left. The woman there was pale and ethereal, with long dark hair and sad eyes. She reminded Harry of someone, but he couldn't place it. The walls whisper, the magic flows, and you, Harry Potter, have been the subject of much discussion among us. Okay. Harry took a step back toward the entrance. This is definitely some kind of trap. You're Slytherin's what painting collection? And I'm supposed to believe you've just been down here waiting for someone to walk in. Morgana laughed, and the sound echoed strangely in the chamber. A trap? Child, if we wanted to trap someone, you wouldn't have made it through the door. No, this is Salazar's sanctuary, his private collection. The greatest witches in magical history, preserved for all eternity. Preserved against our will in many cases, the sad-eyed woman muttered. Hush, Helena. Morgana's tone sharpened. We can discuss the ethics of our imprisonment later. The boy needs to understand what he's found. Helena. The name clicked into place, and Harry stared at the portrait with new understanding. Helena Ravenclaw, the Grey Lady. In life, yes. Helena's expression flickered. Pain, anger, something else Harry couldn't identify. My ghost wanders the upper halls, but this, she gestured at herself at the portrait. This is different. This is me as I was, not as I died. I don't understand. Of course you don't. You're 12. The red-headed woman rolled her eyes. Shall I explain? Or would you like Morgana to continue being mysterious and unhelpful? Cersei, Morgana warned. What? It's true. You've been waiting a millennium for an heir of Slytherin to find this place. And now one's standing right there looking confused, and you're playing games instead of telling him what we need. Harry latched onto the one word that made sense. Heir of Slytherin? I'm not. The Sorting Hat wanted to put me in Slytherin, but I'm not actually. Your blood says otherwise. Morgana leaned forward in her portrait, and Harry could have sworn he felt her breath on his face, despite the canvas barrier between them. Not directly, no. But magic recognizes magic, and you carry enough of the old lines to trigger the chamber's protections. Why do you think you can speak Parseltongue? Voldemort gave you some of his ability, yes, but you had the potential already. Dormant. Waiting. Morgana smiled that predator's smile again. Tom Riddle was not the only heir to find this place, Harry Potter. He came here decades ago as a student. He learned from us. And then he left us to rot when he'd taken what he wanted. Something cold settled in Harry's stomach. Voldemort knew about this room? Knew about it? He's the reason we're still trapped. The bitterness in Helena's voice could have corroded steel. The chamber's magic requires an heir to maintain it. When Riddle abandoned us, the spells began to degrade. We've been fading for 50 years, Harry. Losing ourselves piece by piece. Another decade and we'd have been nothing but empty frames. But then you killed the basilisk, Cersei added. And everything changed. New blood in the chamber. New magic. The old spells recognized you as heir, and suddenly we could think clearly again. She grinned, showing too many teeth. You saved us, little wizard. We're very grateful. Harry did not like the way she said grateful. So let me make sure I understand this, he said slowly. You're all famous witches from history, stuck in paintings, in Salazar Slytherin's secret basement. And now I'm somehow responsible for you because I killed a giant snake. That's the general shape of it, yes. Morgana tilted her head, studying him. Although stuck in paintings is a rather reductive description of our situation. We're not merely images, Harry. We're preserved souls. Salazar developed the magic himself. A way to capture a witch's essence at the height of her power and keep it alive indefinitely. We can think. We can feel. We can learn. We can touch, Helena added quietly, and there was something in her voice that made Harry's face heat up without understanding why. Not anymore, a new voice said sharply. This portrait showed an older woman, stern-faced and dressed in star-patterned robes. The manifestation matrix has been unstable for centuries. Any attempt to project beyond our frames risks. Andromeda, please. Morgana's tone was patient but firm. Let's not overwhelm the child with technical details. The important thing is that Harry understands what he's inherited. Which is what, exactly? Harry asked. A room full of talking paintings? I already have those upstairs. Circe laughed. Oh, I like him. He's got spirit. You've inherited responsibility, Morgana said, ignoring the interruption. This chamber is more than a prison, Harry. It's a repository of magical knowledge spanning 3,000 years. Every witch here was chosen because she possessed secrets Salazar wanted preserved. Spells lost to time. Rituals forgotten by modern wizards. Understanding of magic that your precious ministry would burn as heresy. And you want to… what? Teach me? Eventually. Morgana's eyes glittered. But first, we need you to do something for us. Something only an heir can do. Harry crossed his arms. Why do I feel like this is the part where you ask me to sacrifice a goat or something? Nothing so dramatic. We simply need you to reinforce the chamber's wards. Morgana gestured at the walls around them. The magic that maintains us has been failing for decades. Without fresh power, we'll continue to degrade. But if you feed the central array, just a drop of your blood on the focusing stone, it will stabilize everything for another century. Blood magic. Harry said it flatly. You want me to do blood magic? A single drop. Hardly worth calling magic at all. No. The word came out harder than Harry intended, but he didn't take it back. Something about this whole situation felt wrong. Not dangerous exactly, or not only dangerous but manipulative. These witches had been waiting for someone like him, and now they were trying to get him to power their prison with his blood before he'd even had a chance to think. Morgana's expression didn't change, but something shifted in the air. The other portraits went silent. No, she repeated. No, I just met you. I don't know if anything you've told me is true, and I definitely don't know what happens if I start feeding blood to ancient magical arrays. Harry took a breath, steadying himself. I want to help. If you're really suffering down here, if Voldemort really abandoned you, then yeah, I want to fix that. But I'm not doing anything until I understand what I'm getting into. For a long moment, nobody spoke. Then Circe started laughing. Genuine laughter this time, not mocking. He told you no, she wheezed. Morgana Le Fay, greatest enchantress in British history, and a 12-year-old told you no. Shut up, Circe. But Morgana was smiling now, and it looked almost real. Very well, Harry Potter. You're correct that we've been eager. 1,000 years is a long time to wait, and we may have rushed things. What would you like to know? Everything, Harry said. Starting with why Slytherin made this place in the first place. Helena drifted closer to the front of her frame. To preserve what he loved. That was what he told me when he first trapped me here. He said the world was forgetting the old ways, that wizards were becoming small and frightened, and he wanted to keep a record of what magic used to be. And you believed him? I was dying when he made the offer. Helena's voice was flat. The bloody baron had just stabbed me. Salazar appeared and told me I could live forever in a painting or die in a forest in Albania. I chose the painting. Harry stared at her. He was there when you died? He was everywhere by the end, tracking down powerful witches, offering them immortality of a sort. Some came willingly. Helena glanced at Morgana. Others were taken, and a few of us were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. Salazar Slytherin was brilliant, Morgana said. But he was also possessive. He collected us like treasures. Beautiful, powerful things to be owned and admired. The fact that we're conscious, that we can think and feel, was a side effect he considered acceptable. That's horrible. It was. It is. But we've had centuries to make peace with our situation, and complaining won't change it. Morgana fixed Harry with that sharp gaze again. What might change it is you. A proper heir, not someone like Riddle who only wanted power. You actually seem to care whether we suffer. Of course I care. You're people. Are we? Andromeda spoke up again, softer now. We're images of people. Echoes. The women we once were have been dead for centuries. Sometimes I wonder if we're really them or just very convincing copies. Don't start with the existential crisis again, Circe muttered. We've been over this. We think, therefore we are, therefore we suffer, therefore shut up. Harry looked around the room trying to count the portraits. There were at least 30, maybe more, all showing witches of various ages and appearances. Most were watching him silently, neither helping nor hindering the conversation. A few had turned away entirely, apparently uninterested in this latest heir. How many of you are there? He asked. 47 at the height. Morgana's expression flickered. 32 now. Some faded when Riddle abandoned us. Others chose to stop. Stop! Existence in a portrait is not always pleasant, Harry. Some of us decided we'd rather not exist at all. The weight of that settled on Harry's shoulders. 32 women, trapped for centuries, and 15 of them had chosen to die rather than continue. He was 12 years old. He had no idea how to help them, but he was going to try anyway. Okay, he said. I can't do anything tonight. I need to get back before someone notices I'm gone, but I'll come back tomorrow, and the night after that, and we'll figure this out together. Helena smiled, and it transformed her face entirely. You mean that? Yeah, I do. A word of warning before you go. Morgana's tone had shifted again, serious now. The chamber's awakening will not go unnoticed. Riddle keyed his magic into the wards decades ago, and with you claiming the space, that connection will become unstable. He may sense what's happened. Voldemort's dead. Is he? The question hung in the air. Harry thought about the diary, about how real Tom Riddle had seemed, about Dumbledore's careful non-answers whenever Harry asked if they were truly safe. I don't know, he admitted. Then be careful, Harry Potter. And be quick. We've waited 1,000 years. Morgana's smile returned, dangerous and beautiful. We can wait a little longer, but not forever. Harry nodded and turned to leave, his mind racing. He'd made it 3 steps down the passage when Helena's voice stopped him. Harry! He looked back. She was pressed against the front of her frame, one hand raised as if she could reach through the canvas. Thank you, she said, for saying no. No one's ever. She trailed off, shaking her head. Just thank you. Harry didn't know what to say to that, so he just nodded again and kept walking. The trip back through the pipes felt longer than the trip down. Harry's brain was too full, portraits and prisoners and blood magic and Voldemort maybe still alive somewhere. He crawled out of the sink in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom and immediately wanted to turn around and go back. There was so much he still needed to ask. But dawn was bleeding through the castle windows, and he could already hear movement in the corridors. First day of summer term. Exams in 2 weeks. And oh yeah, he'd apparently just inherited a magical prison full of ancient witches. Normal Tuesday, really. Harry made it to Gryffindor Tower without getting caught, said the password to a grumpy fat lady, and collapsed onto his bed without bothering to change. Ron's snoring filled the dormitory, steady and familiar, and for a moment Harry just lay there, staring at the canopy above his bed. He should tell someone. Dumbledore. McGonagall. Someone responsible who could actually deal with this. But even as he thought it, he knew he wouldn't. Those witches had been abandoned by Voldemort, forgotten by the school, left to rot for 50 years while the wizarding world went on without them. Harry knew what that felt like. He knew what it was to be locked away and ignored, to have no one coming to help. He wasn't going to do that to them. Sleep came eventually, and with it, no dreams at all. You look terrible. Hermione said this the way she said most things, like a fact she expected you to accept without argument. She was already dressed for breakfast, her book bag bulging with exam revision materials, her hair slightly less wild than usual. Thanks, Harry muttered, trying to find a matching sock. Really appreciate that. I'm serious. Did you sleep at all last night? Some. He gave up on the sock and pulled on two different ones. Nobody would notice under his robes anyway. Bad dreams. Hermione's expression softened. About the chamber? Yeah. It wasn't technically a lie. Just not the whole truth. Ron emerged from the bathroom, toothbrush still in his mouth, making incomprehensible morning noises. He spotted Harry and gave a thumbs up that probably meant, good morning, or possibly, I'm still asleep and functioning on autopilot. Hard to tell with Ron. They went down to breakfast together, same as always, and Harry tried to act normal. Eggs and bacon and pumpkin juice. Hermione quizzing them on transfiguration. Ron complaining about Snape's practice exam. The great hall full of students and noise and life. Harry kept glancing at the head table. Dumbledore was there, chatting with Professor Flitwick, looking exactly like a kind old headmaster and not at all like someone who might know about a secret chamber full of soul-trapped witches. Would he know? He must have explored the castle thoroughly over the years. But the entrance had only opened for Parseltongue. Harry! He blinked. What? I asked if you'd finished the potions essay. Hermione was frowning at him. The one on sleeping drafts? Oh, yeah, mostly. Mostly isn't going to cut it with Snape, you know. He's already looking for excuses to dock points after. She trailed off, not wanting to mention the chamber out loud. You know, Harry knew. Snape had been even more unbearable since the whole basilisk incident, somehow blaming Harry for everything despite the fact that Harry had nearly died saving Ginny. Classic Snape. I'll finish it at lunch, he promised. The morning passed in a blur of classes Harry couldn't focus on. History of magic, where he usually slept anyway. Herbology, where he nearly got bitten by a venomous tentacula because he wasn't paying attention. Charms, where Flitwick had to call his name 3 times before Harry realized he was being asked to demonstrate the mending charm. Are you sure you're okay? Ron asked between classes. You're being weird. Weirder than usual. I mean, I'm fine. You're not fine. You've got that look. What look? The look you get when you're about to do something stupid and heroic. Ron's tone was light, but his eyes were worried. Like when you went after the stone. Or when you went into the chamber. You're planning something. Harry hesitated. Ron was his best friend. If anyone deserved to know the truth, it was him and Hermione. But how could he even begin to explain? Hey Ron. Found a room full of famous witches from history who are trapped in paintings, and also Voldemort might not be dead. That was gonna go over really well. I'm not planning anything, he said. I just didn't sleep well. I'll be back to normal tomorrow. Ron didn't look convinced, but he let it drop. That was the thing about Ron. He pushed when it mattered and backed off when Harry needed space. Hermione would have interrogated him until he cracked. Ron just nodded and started complaining about the potions essay instead. The day dragged on. Dinner. Common room. Pretending to do homework while actually watching the clock. Harry had never been so aware of time passing, each minute stretching out like taffy. Finally, the common room emptied. Ron's snoring started up again. Harry waited another hour just to be safe, then slipped out of bed, grabbed his invisibility cloak, and made his way down to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The entrance opened just like before. The pipe swallowed him up, spit him out in the main chamber, and Harry walked past the basilisk corpse without even glancing at it. He had somewhere else to be. Morgana was waiting for him. Prompt, she said, a hint of approval in her voice. I wasn't sure you'd come back. I said I would. People say many things, Harry Potter. Following through is rarer than you'd think. The other portraits were stirring, turning to watch him. Helena had moved to the front of her frame again, and she smiled when Harry caught her eye. Cersei looked like she'd been mid-conversation with someone in another painting. Andromeda was watching with calm, steady focus. I have questions, Harry said. Of course you do. Lots of questions. And I want honest answers. Not. He gestured vaguely. Not whatever that was last night with the blood magic and the pressure tactics. Morgana inclined her head. Fair enough. I apologize for my earlier approach. As I said, we've been waiting a very long time. I allowed my eagerness to override my judgment. Okay. So, Harry sat down on the stone floor, crossing his legs. It was cold and uncomfortable, but standing felt weird for an interrogation. First question: why did Slytherin make you? The real reason, not the preserving magical knowledge excuse. The portraits exchanged glances. Finally, Helena spoke. Because he was afraid of dying alone. Salazar was a complicated man, Morgana added. Brilliant, paranoid, deeply lonely. He alienated everyone who might have loved him, his fellow founders, his family, even his children. By the end of his life, the only companions he could tolerate were the ones he controlled completely. So he made paintings of women he could control. Crudely put, but accurate. Morgana's expression was unreadable. We were his ideal companions. Beautiful, powerful, unable to leave or betray him. He spent his last years here, in this chamber, surrounded by us. We were his only friends. That's... Harry couldn't find the right word. Sad? Creepy? Both? Pathetic, Cersei supplied. The word you're looking for is pathetic. Greatest dark wizard of his age, and he ended up talking to portraits because no real person could stand him. That doesn't mean we should suffer for his mistakes, Andromeda said gently. We didn't choose this, Harry. Most of us, anyway. We were taken or tricked or caught at our lowest moments. But we're here now, and we need help. I want to help, Harry said. I just don't know how. I'm 12. I don't know anything about blood magic or ancient spells or... You know more than you think. Morgana cut him off. You killed a basilisk at 12. You faced down Voldemort at 11. You're not a normal child, Harry, and pretending otherwise helps no one. I got lucky. Luck is just another word for magic recognizing potential. Morgana's tone was firm. You have power, Harry. Raw and untrained, yes, but present. The question is whether you're willing to learn how to use it. Harry thought about that. His whole life, magic had been something that happened to him. Accidental bursts, desperate measures, things he couldn't control. The idea of actually learning, of understanding how it worked. What would you teach me? Everything. Morgana smiled. Spells the Ministry has forgotten. Magic older than Hogwarts itself. Ways of thinking about power that modern wizards can't even imagine. In exchange for what? In exchange for your blood on the focusing stone eventually. But not tonight. Not until you trust us enough to understand what you're giving. Harry nodded slowly. Okay, I can work with that. Good. Then let's begin with something simple. Morgana raised her hand, and Harry could have sworn he felt the magic in the room shift. Tell me, Harry, have you ever tried to cast a spell without your wand? 3 hours later, Harry stumbled out of the chamber with a splitting headache and the absolute certainty that he was in way over his head. Wandless magic, it turned out, was really hard. Morgana had made it sound simple. Just focus your intent, feel the magic inside you, and push. But every time Harry tried, the magic slipped away like water through his fingers. He'd managed to make a small stone vibrate once, and that was it. Don't be discouraged, Helena had told him before he left. Most wizards never manage wandless casting at all. The fact that you moved anything on your first night is remarkable. It didn't feel remarkable. It felt frustrating and exhausting and like he was failing at something everyone expected him to succeed at. Story of his life, really. But he'd learned other things too. Small details about the portraits' lives, their powers, their histories. Cersei had apparently invented half the potions in the standard curriculum, though she'd never gotten CR because male wizards don't like admitting women know things. Andromeda had mapped the magical ley lines of Europe, and her knowledge had been used to build Hogwarts itself. Helena had been a powerful witch in her own right before her death, skilled in charms and enchantments that had been lost to history. And Morgana had known everything. History, politics, magic, manipulation. She'd been advising kings when most people still thought the earth was flat. If even half of what she claimed was true, she was the most dangerous person Harry had ever met. He liked her anyway. Something about the way she talked to him. Not like a child, not like the boy who lived, but like a person worth taking seriously. It was refreshing. The sun was rising by the time Harry made it back to Gryffindor Tower. He had maybe 2 hours before Ron woke up. 2 hours to sleep and somehow looked like he hadn't spent the entire night learning ancient magic from dead witches. He collapsed into bed and closed his eyes, and just before sleep took him, he heard Morgana's voice echoing in his mind. "Be careful, Harry Potter. You've started something tonight that can't be stopped." He was too tired to be scared. Tomorrow he'd deal with the consequences. Tonight he just needed to rest. Morning came too fast and too bright, and Harry dragged himself to breakfast feeling like he'd been trampled by a hippogriff. Hermione took one look at him and launched into a lecture about proper sleep habits, which Harry tuned out while shoveling eggs into his mouth. Ron was too busy eating to notice anything wrong, which suited Harry fine. He made it through morning classes on autopilot, his brain still churning through everything Morgana had told him. The chamber's magic was failing. The portraits were fading. Someone needed to stabilize the wards, and that someone had to be an heir of Slytherin, had to be him. But blood magic was dark. Everyone said so. The Ministry classified it as dangerous at best, illegal at worst. If anyone found out what Harry was considering, Potter, Harry blinked. He was standing in the corridor outside Transfiguration, and Draco Malfoy was blocking his path. "What do you want, Malfoy?" "Just delivering a message." Draco's smile was sharp and unpleasant. "Father says the Ministry is sending investigators to the school. Apparently there's been some unusual magical activity detected. They want to make sure everything's safe after." His smile widened. "After your little adventure in the chamber." Harry's stomach dropped. "Investigators. Department of Mysteries, I heard. Very serious people. Very interested in dark magic." Draco leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Father thinks they'll find something interesting. Maybe something you'd rather keep hidden. Wouldn't that be fun?" He sauntered off before Harry could respond, leaving Harry standing alone in the corridor with ice in his veins. The Ministry was investigating. They'd detected magical activity, probably the chamber's wards waking up when Harry claimed them. And now they were sending unspeakables to look into it. Harry needed to warn the portraits. He needed to figure out how to hide the chamber. He needed to... "Harry!" Hermione was tugging at his sleeve. "Class started 5 minutes ago. What's wrong?" "Nothing," Harry lied. "Just Malfoy being Malfoy." He followed her into Transfiguration, his mind racing. The Ministry, Voldemort, ancient witches trapped in paintings. And Harry, standing in the middle of it all, with no idea what he was doing. Normal Tuesday, right? The investigator arrived 3 days later. Harry first saw him at breakfast, sitting at the head table next to Dumbledore. A tall man, thin and pale, with dark hair slicked back from a narrow face. He wore Ministry robes, gray and official, and he was watching the students with the kind of attention that made Harry's skin crawl. "Who's that?" Ron asked through a mouthful of toast. "Ministry, obviously." Hermione was studying the man with a frown. "But I've never seen those particular insignia before. They look almost like..." "Department of Mysteries," Harry said quietly. "Unspeakables." They both looked at him. "How do you know that?" Hermione asked. "Malfoy told me they were coming." Harry pushed his eggs around his plate, appetite gone. His father apparently pulled some strings. "Of course he did." Ron's face darkened. "Anything to make your life harder. What do they think they're going to find?" Harry didn't answer. He was watching the investigator, and the investigator was watching him right back. The man smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. Dumbledore stood up, drawing everyone's attention. "Good morning, students. I'd like to introduce Cornelius Blackwood from the Department of Mysteries. Mr. Blackwood will be conducting a routine investigation into the events of last month to ensure the school's wards are functioning properly. I trust you'll all give him your full cooperation." Blackwood rose and gave a small bow. His voice, when he spoke, was soft and precise. "Thank you, Headmaster. I'll try not to disrupt your studies too much. If any of you have information relevant to my investigation, please don't hesitate to come forward." His eyes found Harry again across the Great Hall. "I'm particularly interested," Blackwood continued. In anyone who might have visited the Chamber of Secrets recently. The whole school went quiet. Harry felt everyone turning to look at him. The boy who lived, the one who'd gone into the chamber and killed the monster and saved Ginny Weasley. Of course they were looking at him. Of course Blackwood was looking at him too. This is going to be bad, Ron muttered. Yes, Harry agreed. It really is. Blackwood requested a private meeting with Harry that afternoon. It was held in an empty classroom, just the two of them, with Dumbledore notably absent despite Harry's requests. Blackwood sat behind the teacher's desk, fingers steepled, that unsettling smile still in place. Mr. Potter, thank you for making time. Did I have a choice? Everyone has choices, Mr. Potter. Some are simply wiser than others. Blackwood gestured to a chair across from him. Please, sit. Harry sat, keeping his wand hand free. Not that he thought he could take an adult wizard in a fight, but the weight of the wand against his leg was comforting. Let me be direct with you, Blackwood said. I've been tracking unusual magical signatures for over 20 years. I know when powerful magic is being used, and I know when someone is trying to hide it. 3 nights ago, something woke up beneath this castle. Something old. Something connected to Salazar Slytherin. Harry kept his face blank. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't you? Blackwood leaned forward. You went into the Chamber of Secrets, Mr. Potter. You killed a 1,000-year-old basilisk. You destroyed an artifact containing a piece of the Dark Lord's soul. And then, apparently, you went back. I had nightmares. I wanted to make sure it was really dead. Understandable. Traumatic experiences often draw us back. Blackwood's smile widened. But the magical signature I detected wasn't from the main chamber. Came from somewhere deeper. Somewhere hidden. Harry said nothing. I'm not your enemy, Mr. Potter. Blackwood's tone shifted, becoming almost sympathetic. I understand the appeal of secret places, secret knowledge. I was young once too, but whatever you found down there, it's dangerous. Slytherin was a dark wizard, and his creations were dark as well. If you tell me where it is, I can help you. There's nothing to tell. I see. Blackwood studied him for a long moment. You know, I've read your file. Remarkable child by all accounts. Survived the killing curse as a baby. Defeated Voldemort at 11. Killed a basilisk at 12. One might almost think you had some sort of destiny. I don't believe in destiny. Neither do I. Blackwood stood, moving around the desk to stand closer to Harry. I believe in power. The power to shape the world, to control what happens. That's what Slytherin believed too. It's why he built his chamber, preserved his creatures, kept his secrets. He leaned down, his face inches from Harry's. What secrets did he leave behind, Mr. Potter? What did you find? Harry met his gaze without flinching. A dead snake and some old bones. That's it. For a moment he thought Blackwood might push harder, use legitimacy maybe, or threaten him somehow. But the man just straightened up and smiled again. Very well. We'll leave it there for now. But I'll be staying at the school for some time, Mr. Potter. Plenty of opportunity for us to talk again. He swept out of the classroom, leaving Harry alone with his racing heart. The ministry knew, maybe not everything, but enough to be suspicious. And Blackwood wasn't going to stop until he found what he was looking for. Harry needed help. Real help from someone who knew what they were doing. He needed to talk to Morgana. That night, Harry didn't wait until the common room emptied. He faked sick, went to bed early, and slipped out while Ron was still downstairs playing chess with Dean Thomas. The invisibility cloak covered him completely, and he moved through the castle like a ghost, avoiding the prefects and the professors and the one house elf who nearly bumped into him near the kitchens. Moaning Myrtle was waiting in her bathroom, which was unusual. Normally she ignored Harry unless he was being dramatic about something. Going back down, are we? She asked, drifting closer. To your special secret room? Harry froze. How do you know about that? I'm a ghost, Harry Potter. I know everything that happens in this bathroom. She giggled, high and unpleasant. I saw you sneaking out. I saw you opening the sink. I've seen you come back looking different. changed. Myrtle, please don't tell anyone. Why would I tell anyone? Nobody cares what I say anyway. Her expression shifted, becoming almost sly. But I could, if you stopped visiting. If you forgot about poor Myrtle again. Harry recognized emotional blackmail when he heard it. He'd had plenty of practice with the Dursleys. I'm not going to forget about you, he said carefully. But this is really important and really secret. If you tell anyone, people could get hurt. Myrtle considered this. The ghosts are talking, she said finally. They feel something different in the castle. Something waking up. The Bloody Baron won't say what it is. But he's scared. She drifted closer still. Should I be scared, Harry? No. I'm going to fix it. I just need time. All right. She floated back toward her toilet. I won't tell. But you have to promise to visit me sometimes. Not whatever you're doing down there. Me. Here. I promise. She dove into the toilet with a splash, and Harry opened the chamber entrance. Morgana was angry. Actually angry, not the cold controlled kind she'd shown before. Her portrait was practically vibrating with it. The Ministry, she spat. Of course. I should have known they'd notice eventually. What do we do? Harry asked. He's suspicious. He knows something is down here. Then we accelerate the timeline. Morgana turned to the other portraits. Helena, Circe, Andromeda. Gather the others. We need to discuss options. What options? Harry demanded. What can we actually do? Several things. Morgana's voice was clipped. None of them pleasant. The simplest would be to have you stabilize the wards immediately, your blood on the focusing stone like I suggested before. The chamber would recognize you as master, and I could teach you to hide it from magical detection. Blood magic is dark. Blood magic is powerful. Dark is a label humans invented to make themselves feel superior. Morgana's eyes blazed. Your mother used blood magic to save your life, Harry Potter. Was that dark? Harry opened his mouth to argue, then stopped. He'd never thought about it that way before. Lily's sacrifice, the protection in his blood, if that was blood magic, then maybe… I still don't understand what I'd be doing, he said. You keep talking about the focusing stone and the wards, but I've never even seen them. Then let us show you. The wall behind Morgana's portrait began to shift. Stone slid against stone, revealing another passage, smaller than the one Harry had entered through, barely wide enough for one person. Go through, Morgana instructed. At the end, you'll find the heart of Slytherin's work, the room where he created us. Harry hesitated. Is it safe? Safe enough for an heir? Her smile returned, though it was smaller now. Go, Harry. See what you've inherited. Then decide if it's worth saving. He went. The passage was short but steep, descending sharply into the earth. Harry had to brace himself against the walls to keep from slipping. The air grew warmer as he went deeper, and a faint glow began to illuminate the tunnel, greenish and pulsing, like a heartbeat. The passage opened into a circular room, and Harry stopped breathing for the second time that week. The walls were covered in runes. Not carved, grown, somehow like crystal formations that had sprouted from the stone. They pulsed with that same green light, forming patterns too complex for Harry to follow. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, and on the pedestal sat a stone the size of a human heart. It was black, completely, utterly black, absorbing the green light rather than reflecting it. And it was definitely alive. Harry could feel it watching him, assessing him, deciding if he was worthy. The focusing stone, he whispered. The stone pulsed. Once, twice, like it was agreeing. Harry stepped closer, drawn by something he couldn't explain. The stone wanted him. He could feel its need, ancient and desperate, reaching out for connection. It had been alone for so long, abandoned by Riddle, starving for purpose. He understood it. He understood being abandoned, being left alone, being hungry for someone to care. His hand rose toward it without his permission. Harry, Helena's voice, cutting through the trance. He blinked, pulling his hand back, and realized he'd been about to touch the stone. Don't, Helena said. She was standing at the edge of her frame, in the portrait room visible through the passage behind him. Not yet. Not like that. It wants me to. It wants blood. Any blood. It's been starving for decades. Her voice was gentle but firm. If you touch it now, unprepared, it will take everything it can get. You need to be ready. You need to understand what you're giving. Harry stepped back from the pedestal. His hand was shaking. Thank you, he said. You're welcome. Helena smiled. Now come back up here. We have a lot to discuss before the ministry investigator finds what he's looking for. Harry took one last look at the focusing stone, at the pulse of power that represented salvation for 32 trapped souls, and then he turned and walked away. Tomorrow he would decide. Tonight he would learn. They talked until dawn, all of them. Morgana leading, Helena softening, Circe challenging, Andromeda providing context. Harry learned more about magical theory in one night than he had in 2 years of Hogwarts classes. He learned about blood bonds and soul magic and the difference between dark and dangerous. He learned that Salazar Slytherin had been a genius and a monster in equal measure, and that the women he trapped had spent centuries finding ways to make their prison bearable. He learned that Helena Ravenclaw had been brilliant before her death, that she'd created spells still used today, cred to men who'd stolen them from her, that she died at 19, betrayed by a man who claimed to love her, and had spent 1,000 years regretting her mistakes. I stole my mother's diadem, she told him quietly, while the others argued about ward structures. I wanted her genius without earning it. The Baron killed me for refusing to return, and Slytherin found me bleeding out in an Albanian forest. He offered me eternity, and I took it because I was afraid of dying. She laughed, bitter and short. And now I've been dying slowly for 1,000 years instead. Quite the bargain. It's not too late, Harry said. If I can stabilize the wards, you won't fade anymore. No. We'll just be trapped forever. Helena shook her head. Don't misunderstand me, Harry. I want to live. We all do. But this isn't living. It's existing, waiting, watching the world change while we stay the same. Is there another option? Helena was quiet for a long moment. There are rumors. Old theories Salazar mentioned before he died. Ways to make the portraits more real. Temporary manifestation, perhaps, or even permanent transformation. Morgana mentioned that. The manifestation matrix. Yes, but it's never worked properly. The few times we've tried, it nearly destroyed us. Helena's eyes were sad. Better to be trapped than to be nothing at all. Harry wanted to argue, but he didn't have enough information yet. Another thing to learn. Another problem to solve. I should go, he said eventually. The sun's coming up. Be careful with Blackwood. Morgana's voice carried across the room. He's more dangerous than he appears. I knew his ancestors centuries ago. The same cold ambition, the same hunger for secrets. Don't trust him. I won't. Harry made his way back through the chamber, past the basilisk corpse, up the pipes to Myrtle's bathroom. The castle was waking up around him, students moving through the corridors, professors preparing for another day of classes. Everything was normal. Everything was fine. Except Harry had a dead witch's blood on his conscience, a ministry investigator hunting for his secrets, and a choice to make that would determine the fate of 32 souls. Normal Tuesday, he thought grimly. Right. Blackwood cornered him again at lunch. This time there was no pretense of a friendly meeting. The investigator simply walked up to Harry's table in the Great Hall, ignoring Ron and Hermione's protests, and spoke in a voice that carried just far enough to be embarrassing. Mr. Potter, I've completed my preliminary investigation. The magical signature I detected definitely originated from the Chamber of Secrets, but from a section not shown on any maps. Would you like to explain that? No, Harry said flatly. I'm sorry. No, I wouldn't like to explain that. Harry met Blackwood's eyes without flinching. I don't know anything about magical signatures or hidden sections. I went into the chamber once, killed the basilisk, and left. That's it. Blackwood smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. I see. Then you won't mind if I request access to your memories? A simple pensive examination, conducted by trained professionals. That's enough. Dumbledore's voice cut through the tension, and Harry sagged with relief. The headmaster was standing behind Blackwood, looking less like a kindly grandfather and more like the man who'd defeated Grindelwald. Mr. Blackwood, I believe I made it clear that students' minds are not to be invaded without parental consent and ministry authorization. I have ministry authorization. You have authorization to investigate the castle, not the children. Dumbledore's tone was pleasant, but his eyes were ice. Harry has cooperated fully with your inquiries. If you have specific evidence of wrongdoing, present it to the Wisengamot. Otherwise, I must ask you to allow my students to eat in peace. For a moment, Harry thought Blackwood might argue, but the man simply nodded, that cold smile still in place. Of course, headmaster. My apologies for the disruption. He turned back to Harry. We'll talk again, Mr. Potter. Soon. He walked away, and the great hall slowly returned to normal. Students talking, eating, pretending nothing had happened. Harry's hands were shaking under the table. Harry, Hermione whispered urgently. What's going on? What does he think you're hiding? Nothing. Don't lie to us. Ron's voice was low and fierce. We're your friends. Whatever this is, we can help. Harry looked at them, Ron, who'd followed him into danger over and over without hesitation. Hermione, who'd figured out the basilisk was a snake before anyone else. They deserved the truth. But the truth was too big. Too dangerous. If Blackwood found out about the portraits, he'd take them. Harry was sure of it. Use them somehow, their knowledge or their magic or both. And if he found out Harry's friends knew too. I can't, he said finally. Not yet. I'm sorry. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look. Harry knew that look. It was the Harry's being stupid and we need to intervene. Look. Fine, Hermione said. You don't want to tell us, fine. But we're not leaving you alone. Whatever you're doing, wherever you're going at night. You know about that? Harry, you're sneaking out every single night and coming back exhausted. We're not blind. Hermione's voice softened. We won't follow you if you don't want us to. But please be careful. And when you're ready to tell us, we'll be here. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. Thanks. Both of you. Just don't get killed. Ron punched him lightly on the shoulder. Again. That night, Harry made his decision. He stood in front of the focusing stone, feeling its hunger, its need. The portraits were watching from their frames, all of them now, even the ones who usually stayed silent. Morgana was explaining the ritual again, the simple blood bond that would make Harry master of the chamber. One drop, she said. That's all. The stone will do the rest. And then what? Then the wards will stabilize. The chamber will hide itself from outside detection. And you'll be connected to us. Able to hear us from anywhere in the castle. Able to access the chamber without speaking Parseltongue. What's the cost? Morgana hesitated. The connection goes both ways. You'll feel what we feel sometimes. Our memories, our emotions, can be overwhelming. You could have mentioned that before. Would it have changed your decision? Harry looked at the stone, at the pulsing green runes, at the 32 frames filled with women who'd been waiting 1,000 years for someone to help them. No, he said, it wouldn't have. He bit his finger hard enough to draw blood, and pressed it against the stone. The world exploded. Green light, 1,000 voices screaming. Memories not his own. Battles fought centuries ago. Lovers lost, children never born. He saw Morgana plotting against Arthur. Helena dying in an Albanian forest. Cersei transforming men into pigs while laughing at their terror. He felt Andromeda's wonder as she mapped the stars. Isadora's rage at her father's betrayal. Nameless witches living and dying across 3,000 years of history. It was too much. Far too much. His mind was going to shatter, scatter into a million pieces and never reform. Harry. Helena's voice, cutting through the chaos. He grabbed onto it like a lifeline. Focus on me. Just me. Let the rest fade. He did. He concentrated on her voice, her presence. The sad and hopeful woman who'd thanked him for saying no. The other voices receded, becoming background noise instead of overwhelming pressure. Good. You're doing well. The worst is over. Harry opened his eyes. He was lying on the floor of the focusing room, covered in sweat, every muscle aching. But he could feel something new, a connection, stretching from his core to the stone, from the stone to the walls, from the walls to the portraits. They were his now, his responsibility, his family. Well done, Morgana said, and even she sounded impressed. Very few wizards survive the bonding with their sanity intact. You're stronger than you look. I don't feel strong. Harry pushed himself up, wincing. I feel like I got trampled by a hippogriff. That'll pass. Cersei was grinning. Welcome to the family, little heir. Things are about to get very interesting. Harry didn't doubt it. Above him, in the castle, Cornelius Blackwood sat up in bed as his detection charms screamed an alert. For one moment, a massive magical signature had flared beneath Hogwarts, power beyond anything he'd seen in decades. And then it vanished, completely, like it had never been there at all. Blackwood smiled. The boy had done something big, and soon, very soon, he would find out what. Chapter 2. Lessons from the Dead. Harry woke up in the hospital wing with no memory of how he'd gotten there. Sunlight was streaming through the tall windows, painting golden stripes across the white sheets. His head felt like someone had stuffed it with cotton wool, and there was a strange humming at the back of his mind. Constant, low, almost like voices whispering too far away to understand. Ah, Mr. Potter, back with us at last. Madame Pomfrey appeared at his bedside, wand already moving through diagnostic spells. Her expression was somewhere between concerned and exasperated, the look she seemed to reserve specifically for Harry. What happened? His voice came out rough, scratchy. You collapsed in the second-floor corridor at approximately 3 in the morning. Her wand traced patterns in the air above his chest. Mr. Filch found you unconscious and brought you here. Care to explain what you were doing wandering the castle at that hour? Bathroom, Harry lied automatically. Bad dream. Must have. Passed out. Passed out. Pomfrey's tone made it clear she didn't believe him. From a bad dream, after displaying symptoms of severe magical exhaustion, the kind usually seen in adult wizards who've been dueling for hours. Harry said nothing. Your magical core was nearly depleted, Mr. Potter. Another few minutes without treatment, and you might have done permanent damage. She finished her diagnostic and tucked her wand away. I don't know what you were doing, but I strongly suggest you stop doing it. Yes, Madame Pomfrey. She gave him one last suspicious look and bustled off to check on another patient. Harry lay back against his pillows, trying to remember the sequence of events. The focusing stone, the blood bond, the overwhelming flood of memories and emotions. And then, nothing. He must have made it out of the chamber somehow, climbed the pipes, gotten halfway back to Gryffindor Tower before his body gave out. You were impressive, actually. Harry nearly fell out of bed. The voice was inside his head. Not like thoughts, like someone speaking directly into his brain, clear and distinct and definitely not him. Relax. This Helena. The bond allows us to communicate, remember? Right? Morgana had mentioned something about that. Harry took a deep breath, trying to look normal in case Pomfrey was watching. How do I talk back? He thought experimentally. Just like that. Think the words clearly with intent to communicate. The bond handles the rest. This is weird. You'll get used to it. Helena's mental voice carried warmth. Amusement. Morgana wanted me to check on you. We were worried when you collapsed on the way out. I'm fine. Tired, but fine. Good. The unspeakable came to the chamber entrance last night, about an hour after you left. He couldn't find it. The wards are working. Harry felt a rush of relief. So we're safe? For now. But he's not going to stop looking. Pause. Come back tonight if you can. There's more we need to discuss. The connection faded, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts and the persistent humming at the back of his mind. He was starting to understand what that was now. The portraits, all 32 of them, a constant low-level presence in his consciousness. Not intrusive, exactly. More like knowing there was someone in the next room even when you couldn't see them. He was going to need practice keeping this off his face. Ron and Hermione were waiting outside the hospital wing when Pomfrey finally released him that afternoon. "Don't," Harry said before either of them could speak. "I know. I'm an idiot. I should have been more careful." "We weren't going to say that." Hermione's arms were crossed, her expression complicated. "We were going to say we followed you last night." Harry's stomach dropped. "What?" "To Myrtle's bathroom. We saw you go in, waited for you to come out." Ron's jaw was tight. "You were in there for hours, Harry. Hours. And when you finally came out, you could barely walk. We were going to help you back to the tower," Hermione added. "But you collapsed before we could reach you. Filch showed up before we could do anything." Harry didn't know what to say. They'd followed him. They'd seen him enter the Chamber of Secrets. They didn't know what was down there, but they knew he was hiding something big. "I'm sorry," he said finally. "I wanted to tell you. You just decided we couldn't handle it." Hermione's voice was sharp. "Like always. Like with the stone. Like with Riddle's diary. You decide something's too dangerous and you leave us behind. That's not fair. Isn't it?" Ron stepped closer, keeping his voice low. "Mate, we've been through hell with you. We fought a bloody chess set." Hermione got petrified. "I nearly got eaten by giant spiders. Whatever's down there, whatever you're doing, we can handle it." Harry looked at his friends, at the hurt and frustration on their faces, and felt something crack inside him. "You're right," he said. "You're both right, but I can't explain here. It's too." He glanced around the corridor. "Can you meet me tonight? After everyone's asleep?" "The chamber?" Hermione asked. "No, the room of requirement. 7th floor, across from the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy." He'd learned about it from Morgana last night, one of Slytherin's hidden memories, passed down through the bond. "I'll tell you everything. I promise." Ron and Hermione exchanged a look. Some silent communication passed between them. "Fine," Ron said. "Tonight. But if you try to leave us out again, I won't. I swear." They walked to dinner together, almost normal, and Harry tried not to think about how they'd react when they learned the truth. The room of requirement turned out to be everything Morgana had promised. Harry paced in front of the blank wall 3 times, thinking, "I need a place to talk privately," and a door appeared. Inside was a comfortable sitting room, armchairs, a fireplace, even a small table with tea and biscuits. The room had apparently decided they needed refreshments. Ron and Hermione arrived 5 minutes later, still in their pajamas under their robes. Hermione was carrying her wand like she expected to need it. "Sit down," Harry said. "This is going to take a while." He told them everything. The nightmares that led him back to the chamber. The hidden passage behind Slytherin's statue. The portraits of ancient witches, trapped for 1,000 years. Morgana, Helena, Circe, Andromeda. All of them, their histories and their imprisonment and their slow fading. He told them about the focusing stone and the blood bond, about waking up connected to 32 consciousnesses, about Blackwood hunting for what Harry had found. When he finished, neither of his friends spoke for a long moment. "Bloody hell," Ron said finally. "I know. No, I mean bloody hell, Harry. You found Morgana Le Fay, the actual Morgana Le Fay, in Slytherin's basement. Among others, yes. And you did blood magic." Hermione's voice was carefully controlled. "Ancient, untested blood magic that connected you to their souls. 1 drop. It was 1 drop. That's not the point." She stood up, pacing. "Blood magic is incredibly dangerous, Harry. Creates bonds that can't be broken. You've tied yourself to these portraits permanently. They were dying, Hermione, fading away. What was I supposed to do? Just let them disappear?" "You could have told someone, Dumbledore." "Would have done what exactly?" Harry cut her off. "Called the ministry? Let Blackwood take them? You didn't see how he looked at me, Hermione. He wants whatever power is down there. If he finds the portraits, he'll exploit them," Ron finished quietly. "Use their knowledge. Maybe figure out how to create more of them." Exactly. Hermione stopped pacing. Her expression was still worried, but something else was creeping in. That look she got when faced with a particularly interesting problem. You said they can communicate with you mentally now? Helena can. The others too, probably. But I haven't tested it. And they're teaching you magic? Wandless casting ancient theory? Yeah. It's slow going. But can I meet them? Harry blinked. What? The portraits. Can I meet them? Hermione's eyes were bright now, scholarly excitement overriding her concern. Helena Ravenclaw was one of the most brilliant witches of her age. And Circe invented half the potions we study. And Morgana. She shook her head. Do you have any idea what historians would give for a chance to speak with them? They're not really friendly, exactly. Most of them, anyway. I don't need them to be friendly. I need them to be knowledgeable. Hermione grabbed his arm. Please, Harry, let me come with you. I can help. Maybe figure out a way to stabilize them further, or research the manifestation magic. Wait, hold on. Ron held up a hand. Back up. You want to go into Slytherin's secret chamber full of ancient witches? Voluntarily? Of course I do. Of course she does. Ron shook his head, but he was smiling now. Fine. If Hermione's going, I'm going. Someone needs to keep you two from getting killed. Harry felt something warm spread through his chest. His friends. Despite everything. The secrets, the danger, the insane situation he'd gotten himself into, they were still with him. Tomorrow night, he said. I'll ask the portraits if it's okay. But I'm warning you, Morgana can be intense. I've dealt with Snape for 2 years. Hermione's smile was fierce. I think I can handle intense. The next morning, Harry woke to Helena's voice in his head. The unspeakable is interviewing students. He's asking about you. Harry sat up sharply, nearly hitting his head on the bedpost. What kind of questions? Where you go at night? Who your friends are? Whether you've been acting strangely? A pause. He talked to the Malfoy boy first. They seemed very familiar. Of course they did. Lucius Malfoy had probably set this whole thing up, used his ministry connections to send Blackwood here, pointed him at Harry, and sat back to watch the fireworks. Has anyone told him anything useful? Not yet. But he's good at reading people, Harry. Be careful today. Harry got dressed quickly, his mind racing. He needed to act normal, go to classes, eat meals, pretend everything was fine. The more ordinary he seemed, the less Blackwood would have to work with. But acting normal was hard when you could feel 32 ancient consciousnesses humming at the back of your skull. Breakfast was tense. Harry kept catching Blackwood watching him from the head table, that cold smile in place. Other students were whispering, glancing at Harry and then away. Word had obviously spread about the investigators' interest in him. Just ignore them, Ron muttered through a mouthful of toast. They'll find something else to gossip about soon. Will they? Harry nodded toward the Slytherin table, where Draco was holding court with a smug expression. Malfoy's loving this. Malfoy's a prat. Nothing new there. Hermione wasn't eating. She had a book open in front of her, Advanced Theory of Magical Portraiture, and was taking notes while scanning pages at impossible speed. Did you know, she said without looking up, that the original portrait creation rituals required a piece of the subject's actual soul? Not a Horcrux-level severance, but a fragment willingly given. The portraits we have at Hogwarts are pale imitations, just enchanted paintings with personality algorithms. Personality algorithms? Magical patterns that simulate the subject's behavior. They're not really conscious. She finally looked at him. But what you described, souls preserved for 1,000 years, able to learn and grow and feel, that's something else entirely. Something Salazar Slytherin invented himself. Morgana said he was a genius. He'd have to be. This kind of magic. She shook her head. I need to see those portraits, Harry. Tonight, if possible. I'll ask. She's a clever one, Morgana remarked when Harry relayed the request during History of Magic. Dangerous, potentially, but useful. She's my friend. Friends can be both dangerous and useful. The two aren't mutually exclusive. A mental sigh. Very well. Bring them tonight. But warn them, some of my sisters are not fond of visitors, especially living ones. Sisters? A term of convenience. We're bound together by circumstance, if not blood. Morgana's tone shifted, becoming almost gentle. Helena is excited to meet them. She doesn't say so, but I can feel it through the bond. She misses having people to talk to who aren't centuries dead. Harry felt a pang of sympathy. He knew what loneliness felt like, years of being ignored at the Dursleys, of having no one who understood. Helena had been dealing with that for 1,000 years. I'll bring them, he promised. And Morgana, thank you for trusting me. Trust is earned, Harry Potter. You haven't earned mine yet, but you're making progress. The connection faded, and Harry tried to refocus on Professor Bin's droning about goblin rebellions. It was almost impossible. His mind kept drifting to the chamber, to the portraits, to everything he still needed to learn. Ron kicked him under the desk. You're doing that thing again. What thing? The staring into space while having a conversation in your head thing. Ron kept his voice low enough that Binns wouldn't notice. Not that Binns ever noticed anything. Is that what it looks like when you're talking to them? I guess. It's hard to focus on two things at once. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. Ron glanced toward the front of the classroom. Snape's already suspicious of you on a good day. If he catches you zoning out in potions. Harry winced. He hadn't thought about that. Snape would probably assume Harry was being deliberately disrespectful, and the last thing he needed was more detention. I'll practice, he said. Figure out how to do it without looking weird. Good luck with that, mate. Potions that afternoon was, predictably, a disaster. Not because of the mental conversations, Harry managed to keep those to a minimum, but because Blackwood showed up halfway through class. He slipped in quietly, nodding to Snape and taking a position against the back wall. Just watching, taking notes in a small leather journal. His eyes never left Harry. Harry's hands started shaking. He nearly added Boomslong skin to his shrinking solution at the wrong time, which would have caused an explosion. Hermione caught his wrist at the last second, redirecting his hand to the correct ingredient. Focus, she whispered. Don't let him rattle you. Easy for her to say. She wasn't the one being hunted. The class dragged on forever. Snape swept between desks, criticizing everyone's work but saving his sharpest comments for Harry. Pathetic Potter. Even a first year could manage a better consistency. Did you even read the instructions? Or were you too busy basking in your undeserved celebrity? Normally Harry would have felt a spike of anger at each insult. Today he barely registered them. All his attention was on Blackwood, on the scratch of quill against parchment, on what the investigator might be writing. When class finally ended, Blackwood intercepted Harry at the door. A moment, Mr. Potter? I have transfiguration. This won't take long. Blackwood's smile didn't waver. I just wanted to let you know that I've been speaking with your classmates, learning interesting things about your habits, such as your tendency to disappear at night, your recent fatigue and distraction, your mysterious collapse in the corridor. Blackwood leaned closer. Several students have mentioned hearing strange sounds from the second-floor bathroom, the one with the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Harry's heart was pounding, but he kept his face blank. People like to gossip. Indeed they do. And gossip, in my experience, often contains grains of truth. Blackwood straightened. I'll be requesting permission to examine the chamber myself, with or without your assistance. Good luck with that. The entrance only opens for Parseltongue. So I've heard. That smile again. But there are ways around such obstacles, Mr. Potter. The Department of Mysteries has resources you can't imagine. He walked away, and Harry stood frozen in the corridor until Hermione came back to collect him. What did he want? To let me know he's not giving up. Harry started walking toward Transfiguration, trying to shake off the chill that had settled in his bones. He's going to try to get into the chamber. Can he? Without Parseltongue? I don't know. Maybe. Harry's jaw tightened. We need to hurry. Whatever Morgana's teaching me, I need to learn it faster. That night, Harry led Ron and Hermione into the Chamber of Secrets. The pipe slide was just as uncomfortable as Harry remembered, and Ron's yelp of surprise echoed off the walls all the way down. They landed in a heap at the bottom, covered in slime and dust. That, Ron said, picking himself up, was disgusting. You get used to it. I don't want to get used to it. Hermione was already on her feet, wand out, looking around with wide eyes. This is really it. The Chamber of Secrets, where Slytherin kept the basilisk. The basilisk's corpse is just ahead. Try not to. Is that it? Ron had spotted the massive snake body, still rotting in the shallow water. Bloody hell, Harry. You killed that thing? With help. Harry stepped around the corpse, careful not to slip in the water. The entrance to the portrait room is through here. He led them to Slytherin's statue, which still stood with its mouth open. But this time, Harry didn't speak Parseltongue. He just thought about the hidden passage, felt the bond respond, and watched the statue's eyes open and the wall slide apart. How did you do that? Hermione demanded. Blood bond. I don't need Parseltongue anymore. The chamber recognizes me as master. That's... She trailed off, clearly struggling between scientific fascination and moral concern. We're going to have a long talk about the implications of that. Later, the passage was warm and well lit now, the torches burning brighter than before. Harry could feel the portrait's awareness growing stronger as they approached. Curiosity, suspicion, hope, all blending together in the back of his mind. Be polite, he warned his friends. And don't stare. The portrait room opened before them, and Ron and Hermione stopped breathing. 32 frames lined the walls. 32 women, all watching them with expressions ranging from hostile to curious to desperately hopeful. The magic in the room was palpable, thick enough to taste. Harry Potter. Morgana's voice filled the space. You've brought guests. I said I would. So you did. Her eyes moved to Hermione, then Ron. The clever one and the loyal one. You choose your companions well. Thank you, Ron said uncertainly. It wasn't entirely a compliment. Morgana smiled. Clever people ask difficult questions. Loyal people die for lost causes. Both can be inconvenient. Morgana. Helena's voice was sharp. Stop trying to scare them. I'm merely setting expectations. But Morgana's smile softened slightly. Welcome to our prison, children. I hope you find it educational. Hermione stepped forward, her initial shock giving way to that familiar academic intensity. You're Morgana Le Fay, the original, not a or an imitation. The original, such as she is. Morgana tilted her head. You've done research. Some. Portrait magic has always fascinated me. Hermione was scanning the room now, taking in every frame. Circe, Andromeda the Starweaver, Helena Ravenclaw. Her voice cracked slightly on the last name. I've read about all of you. She's read about us, Circe drawled. How flattering. I wonder what the history books say. That you were brilliant. That your work formed the foundation of modern potions. That you... Hermione stopped, flushing. That you had a complicated relationship with men who visited your island. Complicated. Circe laughed. That's one word for it. I turned them into pigs. It was therapeutic. She really did. Helena moved to the front of her frame, studying the newcomers. I watched her do it once. Very cathartic. Ron looked like he was reconsidering his decision to come. We're not here to discuss history, Harry cut in. Blackwood is getting closer. He's going to try to breach the chamber's defenses. We need to be ready. Ready how? Morgana asked. The wards will hold against anything short of direct assault. The man can't force his way in. But he can petition the ministry for access. Get authorization to tear the place apart. Harry met her eyes. I've seen how the ministry works. If Malfoy's backing him, he'll get what he wants eventually. Then we need to give him something else to find. Andromeda spoke up, her voice calm and measured. A decoy. Something that satisfies his curiosity without revealing our existence. Like what? Slytherin kept other secrets here. Artifacts, grimoires, creatures long dead. We could redirect his attention. Andromeda glanced at Morgana. If Harry can access the secondary vaults. Harry felt a pulse through the bond, new information, new awareness. There were other rooms connected to the chamber, sealed for centuries. Storage spaces, laboratories, a library of forbidden texts. I can, he said slowly. But won't that make things worse? If he finds dangerous artifacts, better artifacts than us. Morgana's voice was flat. We can replace books and trinkets. We cannot replace ourselves. She's right, Hermione said reluctantly. If Blackwood finds the portraits, he'll never stop trying to exploit them. But if he finds something valuable enough to satisfy his curiosity, he might leave, Ron finished. At least for a while. Harry looked around the room at the 32 women who were depending on him. Some still looked suspicious of the newcomers. Others seemed almost hopeful. Helena caught his eye and nodded slightly. Okay, he said. Show me where the vaults are. The secondary vaults were behind the focusing room, through a series of passages that Harry hadn't known existed until the bond revealed them. The first vault contained books, hundreds of them, stacked on shelves carved directly into the stone. Hermione made a sound like a wounded animal. These are… I can't even… She reached toward the nearest shelf, then pulled her hand back. Are these safe to touch? Most of them. Morgana's voice echoed from a small portrait near the entrance. Apparently she could move between frames within the chamber. Salazar collected magical texts from across the known world. Some are dangerous. Most are merely forgotten. There's a of the Emerald Tablets here. The original translation. Hermione was practically vibrating. And is that Agrippa's lost fourth volume? It's supposed to be a myth. It's real. And likely cursed. Morgana's tone was dry. Salazar had eclectic taste in grimoires. We're not here to read, Harry reminded them. We need to find something to distract Blackwood. Further in, the artifact vault. The second vault was smaller but far more dangerous feeling. Objects lined the walls. Weapons, jewelry, things Harry couldn't identify. All of them pulsed with contained power. What is all this? Ron asked, keeping well back from everything. Slytherin's collection. Tools he created or acquired over his lifetime. Morgana appeared in another frame near the door. The ring in the corner belonged to his mother. The sword was forged by goblins specifically for him. They were quite upset when he refused to return it. The bowl. She hesitated. The bowl shouldn't be touched. Ever. Harry's eyes were drawn to a particular object. A mirror, tarnished with age, its surface dark and cloudy. What's this? A scrying mirror. It shows possible futures if you know how to use it. Salazar consulted it obsessively near the end of his life. Morgana's voice dropped. I would not recommend looking into it. Why not? Because some futures are better left unknown. Harry stepped back from the mirror, making a mental note to never, ever look into it. The last thing he needed was prophecy complications on top of everything else. What about this? Hermione had found a small golden box, ornately decorated with serpents. It feels old, important. The serpent's casket. Salazar used it to store objects of particular value. Morgana considered. It would make acceptable bait. Valuable enough to interest an unspeakable. Dangerous enough to require careful handling. What's inside? Currently? Nothing. But the casket itself is a masterwork of enchantment. Blackwood would spend months studying it. Harry picked up the casket. It hummed against his palms, recognizing his authority over the chamber. So we leave this somewhere he can find it. Make it look like a discovery. Not just that. Hermione was thinking out loud. We need to create a trail. Make it seem like there's more to find, but in a different direction. Led him away from the portraits entirely. False evidence? Ron raised an eyebrow. That's a bit Slytherin of you. We're literally in Slytherin's secret chamber. I think the sorting is flexible at this point. They spent the next hour planning. Hermione was in her element, organizing, strategizing, thinking through contingencies. Ron contributed practical insights that surprised Harry, pointing out security gaps and potential problems. And the portraits helped, offering centuries of experience in manipulation and misdirection. By the time they finished, Harry had a plan. Not a perfect plan, but something workable. Something that might buy them time. "You should go," Helena said eventually. "It's nearly dawn. The investigator will notice if you're exhausted again. Right?" Harry turned to leave, then paused. "Helena, can I ask you something?" Privately, the other portraits exchanged knowing looks, but said nothing. Hermione and Ron headed back toward the entrance, giving Harry space. "Of course," Helena said. Harry moved closer to her frame, keeping his voice low. "The manifestation magic Morgana mentioned. The ability to become real. Is that actually possible?" Helena's expression flickered. Hope and fear and something else Harry couldn't identify. It was possible once. Salazar managed it near the end of his life. Some of us were able to walk in the physical world for hours at a time. What happened? The magic became unstable. 2 of us tried to manifest simultaneously and... She looked away. They were destroyed. Completely. Not faded, not dormant. Gone. "I'm sorry. It was centuries ago. But the memory remains." Helena met his eyes again. "Why do you ask?" Harry wasn't entirely sure. The question had risen from somewhere deep, driven by a feeling he couldn't quite name. "I just think, you've been trapped here so long. If there was a way to give you more than this, even temporarily. You're sweet." Helena's smile was sad and soft. "But manifestation requires enormous power, Harry. More than your blood bond provides. And the risks. I understand. I just wanted you to know that I'm thinking about it." "I know. I can feel it through the bond." She raised a hand, pressing it against the front of her frame, as if she could touch him through the canvas. "You're a good person, Harry Potter. Better than most who've stood where you're standing." Harry didn't know how to respond to that. He nodded awkwardly, mumbled something about needing to leave, and hurried after his friends. But Helena's words stayed with him as he climbed back through the pipes. A good person. He wasn't sure he agreed. Good people didn't do blood magic. Good people didn't lie to Dumbledore. Good people didn't spend their nights learning secrets from ancient witches while the world thought they were sleeping. But maybe goodness wasn't about being perfect. Maybe it was about trying to help, even when you weren't sure how. He'd have to think about that more. Later, when his head wasn't spinning and his core wasn't aching, and he didn't have an unspeakable hunting for his secrets. Later, the next 3 days were a delicate dance. Harry planted the serpent's casket in a hidden alcove near the main chamber, along with a scattering of documents that Hermione had carefully forged to suggest a secret passage leading away from the school entirely. Morgana coached him through subtle magic that would make the hiding spot findable but not obviously placed. Meanwhile, Blackwood intensified his investigation. He interrogated more students, even Hermione, who stonewalled him with academic jargon until he gave up in frustration. He searched the second-floor bathroom multiple times, running complex detection spells that made Harry's skin crawl. He submitted formal requests to the headmaster for additional access, each one denied with increasing impatience. And Harry kept learning. Nights in the chamber became his new normal. Morgana taught him magical theory that made his head spin, the fundamental laws that governed how spells worked, the connections between intent and effect, the ways that power could be shaped and directed. Circe drilled him on wandless casting until he could reliably move small objects and create faint light. Helena walked him through the history of enchantment, explaining how the greatest magical items had been crafted and why modern wizards had lost the knowledge. His days became a blur of exhaustion and pretense. He slept through history of magic, struggled through potions, barely managed transfiguration. His homework suffered. His friends covered for him as best they could. But even Ron and Hermione couldn't explain away the dark circles under his eyes or the way he kept zoning out mid-conversation. "You're pushing too hard," Helena warned him one night. Your body needs rest. I don't have time for rest. Blackwood's getting closer. Blackwood can wait. Dead airs can't teach us anything. I'm not going to die from exhaustion. You don't know that. Her tone sharpened. Harry, I've watched wizards destroy themselves chasing power they weren't ready for. Don't be one of them. Harry wanted to argue, but he was too tired. He settled for reducing his chamber visits from every night to every other night, though even that felt like a dangerous compromise. On the fourth day, Blackwood found the casket. Harry was in charms when it happened, but he felt it through the bond. A flare of triumphant magic from the chamber's outer defenses. Someone had discovered the bait. He's got it, Morgana confirmed moments later. Triggered 3 revealing spells before he managed to pick it up. The man's technique is sloppy. Did the trail work? He's following it. The forged documents suggest a passage leading to Hogsmeade. He's already summoned colleagues to help search. Harry allowed himself a moment of relief. The plan was working. Blackwood would waste days, maybe weeks, searching for a tunnel that didn't exist. By the time he realized the misdirection, Harry would have learned enough to protect the chamber properly. Don't celebrate yet, Morgana warned. This man is persistent and clever beneath the arrogance. He won't be fooled forever. I know, but this buys us time. Time for what exactly? Harry didn't have an answer to that. He was making this up as he went, reacting to threats instead of planning ahead. Eventually that would catch up with him. But not today. Today he would take the win. That night, Harry broke his new schedule and went to the chamber anyway. Not to learn, to celebrate. Ron and Hermione came with him, and even some of the more reserved portraits seemed lighter, their frames almost warm with relief. Blackwood's distraction meant they were safe. For now. You did well, Morgana admitted, which was practically effusive praise from her. The forgeries were convincing. The placement was subtle. You showed genuine aptitude for misdirection. Thanks? I think. Don't let it go to your head. You have much yet to learn. Don't be such a bore, Morgana. Cersei was actually smiling. Not her predatory smile, but something almost genuine. The boy deserves recognition. He's done more for us in 2 weeks than Riddle did in 2 years. Riddle was never interested in helping us, Andromeda said quietly. He came here for power and left when he had what he wanted. Harry is different. Harry felt the weight of their attention, their hope, their fragile trust. It was overwhelming and humbling all at once. I'm going to figure this out, he said. The manifestation magic, the stabilization, all of it. I won't stop until you're free. Free. Helena tested the word like it was unfamiliar. I don't even know what that would mean anymore. We'll figure that out too. The celebration, such as it was, continued late into the night. Harry learned more about the portraits' lives. Not just their magical achievements, but their hopes and fears and petty grievances. Andromeda had apparently been feuding with Cersei for 3 centuries over a disputed astronomical observation. Helena and Morgana had complicated history that neither wanted to discuss. And there were others Harry hadn't really spoken to yet. Quieter portraits, more damaged ones, women who'd retreated so far into themselves that they barely participated in the collective anymore. Isadora, Ron said at one point, gesturing to a particularly silent portrait near the corner. That's the one you mentioned? Slytherin's daughter. Harry nodded. He'd avoided Isadora so far. Something about her felt wrong. Not hostile exactly, but dangerous in a way he couldn't explain. The bond didn't help. When he tried to sense her emotions, he got only static. She doesn't talk much, Helena said carefully. She and her father had difficulties. Difficulties? He trapped her here against her will. Morgana's voice was flat. Salazar couldn't bear the thought of his daughter outliving him. So he took the choice away from her. Harry stared at Isadora's portrait. The woman inside was beautiful in a cold, sharp way, with black hair and pale skin and eyes that seemed to look through everything. She hadn't glanced at Harry once all evening. She's been here the longest, Morgana continued. Over 1,000 years, mostly alone. After Salazar died, she retreated into herself. She barely acknowledges our existence anymore. That's horrible. Yes, it is. Morgana's tone suggested the conversation was over. Perhaps you can reach her eventually. Fresh blood sometimes helps. But don't push too hard, Harry. Some wounds never heal. Harry nodded, but something nagged at him. The bond gave him awareness of all the portraits, their emotional states, their general well-being. With Isadora, there was nothing. Not just silence, but active resistance. Like she was deliberately blocking him out. He filed it away for later. Another problem to solve. Another person to help, if he could figure out how. The next morning, Harry woke to screaming. Not in his mind, actual screaming, from the corridor outside Gryffindor Tower. He bolted out of bed, grabbed his wand, and ran toward the sound, Ron right behind him. Students were clustered around something on the wall. Harry pushed through the crowd, Hermione appearing at his side from somewhere, and they all saw it at the same time. A message, written in what looked horribly like blood. The heir has returned. The chamber will claim its due. No, Harry whispered. That's not. Hermione's voice was shaking. That's not real blood. It's enchanted. Someone made it look like. Doesn't matter what it looks like. Ron was pale. Everyone's going to think. Potter! Professor McGonagall was pushing through the crowd, her face white. Mr. Potter, come with me. Now. Harry followed in a daze. This couldn't be happening. The chamber was protected. The message couldn't have come from there, which meant someone else had written it. Someone who wanted to frame him. Mr. Potter. McGonagall stopped in an empty classroom, her expression a mixture of concern and suspicion. Can you explain where you were last night? In my dormitory. Ask Ron. Mr. Weasley's testimony may be considered biased. She studied him. Several students have reported that you've been behaving strangely lately, disappearing at odd hours, looking exhausted. I've had a lot on my mind. I'm sure you have. McGonagall's voice softened slightly. Harry, I don't believe you wrote that message, but others will. The Ministry investigator is already demanding your arrest. Arrest? For what? For threatening students. For dark magic. For whatever Blackwood can make stick. She took a breath. The headmaster is dealing with him now, but his protection has limits. If there's anything you can tell me, anything that would explain what's happening. Harry hesitated. McGonagall had always been fair to him. She'd defended him against Snape, supported him through the chamber crisis. If anyone deserved the truth, but the truth was too big, too dangerous, and he still didn't know who had written that message. I don't know anything about this, he said. I swear, Professor, someone is trying to frame me. McGonagall studied him for a long moment. Whatever she saw must have satisfied her, because she nodded. Very well. Stay in the common room today. Don't talk to anyone you don't trust. She moved toward the door. And Harry, be careful. Whatever is happening here, it's bigger than a simple prank. She left, and Harry slumped against a desk, mind racing. What happened? The mental voice was Morgana's, sharp with concern. We felt your fear through the bond. Someone left a message. About the chamber, about the heir. They're trying to make it look like I'm threatening people. Who would do such a thing? Harry thought about it. Malfoy was the obvious answer, but Draco wasn't subtle enough for something like this. He'd want everyone to know it was him, would gloat about it openly. Blackwood, then? Trying to create justification for his investigation? Or something else? Someone else? Isadora, Harry thought suddenly. Could she have done this? A pause. She doesn't have the power to affect the physical world. None of us do. But the bond. We're connected now. Could she have used that somehow? Another pause, longer this time. I don't know. She's always been isolated. If she's found a way to access your magic, we need to talk to her. That may be dangerous. Everything's dangerous right now. Harry pushed himself upright. I'm coming to the chamber tonight. Whatever's going on, we're going to figure it out. He cut the connection before Morgana could argue and went to find Ron and Hermione. Getting to the chamber that night was harder than usual. Filch was patrolling constantly, probably under Blackwood's orders. The corridors were full of prefects and professors, all watching for signs of the mysterious heir. Harry had to use the invisibility cloak and every shortcut he knew to make it to Myrtle's bathroom unseen. Ron and Hermione were already there, having taken different routes. They looked as worried as Harry felt. "This is bad," Ron said without preamble. "The whole school thinks you did it. Even some of the Gryffindors are looking at you sideways." "I know. We need to find out who actually wrote that message." Hermione's voice was tight. "There has to be evidence. Magical residue, witnesses." Later, Harry opened the chamber entrance. "First we talked to Isadora." The trip down felt different this time. The bond was buzzing with agitation, the portrait's collective worry pressing against Harry's mind. Something was wrong. Something beyond the message. When they reached the portrait room, Harry understood. Isadora's frame was glowing. Not with reflected torchlight, with actual magic, greenish and pulsing, the same color as the focusing stone. The other portraits had pulled back, leaving her isolated in her corner. Even Morgana looked concerned. "What's happening?" Harry demanded. "We don't know." Helena's voice was frightened. "It started an hour ago. She won't respond to us." Harry approached Isadora's portrait carefully. Up close, the glow was even more intense, and he could feel heat radiating from the frame. The woman inside was still, eyes closed, expression peaceful in a way that was deeply unsettling. "Isadora." He kept his voice calm. "Can you hear me?" "Nothing. I know something's going on." "The message on the wall? Did you do that?" "Still nothing." "I'm not angry. I just need to understand. If you found a way to reach the outside world, we can work together. We can." Isadora's eyes opened. They were entirely green. No pupil, no iris, just solid magical light, the same color as the focusing stone. Finally, her voice was wrong. Layered, echoing, like multiple people speaking at once. "I was beginning to think you'd never come." Harry stepped back. "What are you?" "I'm Isadora, of course. Slytherin's daughter. Trapped here for 1,000 years by her loving father." The layered voice dripped with contempt. "But I'm also more than that now. Much more." "The primordial," Morgana breathed. "Oh no. Morgana, dear. How nice to see you remember." Isadora's borrowed smile was terrible. "I've been so lonely down here, you know? Buried beneath the castle, sealed away by the founders. But bonds cut both ways, don't they? When the little heir connected himself to the chamber." "He connected to you," Hermione finished, her voice horrified. "You were trapped in the focusing stone." "Very clever, little girl." "Yes. I've been waiting beneath this school since before it was built. The founders thought they could use my power to fuel their wards, keep me contained by turning me into a battery." Isadora's head tilted at an unnatural angle. "It worked for a while, but the wards weakened. And when young Harry here so kindly donated his blood." "I let you out," Harry said flatly. "Not out. Not yet. But awake, aware, and hungry." Isadora's borrowed eyes focused on him. "You're strong, heir. Stronger than Riddle was. Your blood has given me more freedom than I've had in centuries. What do you want?" "What everyone wants. Freedom, power, revenge on those who imprisoned me." Isadora's smile widened. "And you're going to help me get all three?" "No." Harry's wand was in his hand before he consciously decided to draw it. "I'm not helping you do anything. You don't have a choice." The layered voice dropped, becoming almost seductive. "We're bonded now, Harry. Connected. You've felt it, haven't you? The presence at the back of your mind that isn't the portraits? That's me. I'm part of you now." Harry felt it. He hadn't understood before, but now it was obvious. The constant humming wasn't just the portraits. There was something else, something deeper and darker, woven into the bond he'd created. "We can remove it," Hermione said desperately. "Break the bond." "You can't." Isadora laughed, and the sound was horrible. "Blood magic can't be undone, clever girl. Harry bound himself to this chamber forever. And I am this chamber. Its original power. Its true heart. She turned back to Harry. You have two choices, heir. Help me willingly, and I'll make you powerful beyond your dreams. Refuse, and I'll take what I need anyway. Slowly, painfully, Harry's mind raced. The primordial, something even the founders had feared. Something they'd tried to bury beneath Hogwarts. And he'd let it into his head because he wanted to help some trapped witches. Don't agree to anything. Morgana's voice was sharp. She can't actually force you. Not yet. The bond limits her. Limits? Isadora's borrowed face contorted. I wrote a message in blood on the castle wall. I've been whispering to students, planting nightmares. How limited do I seem? Limited enough that you need his cooperation. Morgana moved to the front of her frame. Limited enough that you couldn't manifest yourself directly. You're still bound, creature. Still trapped. For now. Isadora's glowing eyes never left Harry. But the heir's power feeds me every moment. Every spell he casts, every breath he takes. I'm growing stronger. Soon, I won't need his permission anymore. Then I'll starve you. Harry's voice was steadier than he felt. I'll stop using magic entirely. Let you wither. And let me torture you in your dreams? Let me break your mind the slow way. Isadora laughed again. You can't win this, heir. Not through resistance. Your only hope is negotiation. I don't negotiate with things that threaten my friends. How noble. How pointless. Isadora leaned back in her frame, the glow dimming slightly. Think about my offer, Harry Potter. I can wait. After all, I've been waiting 1,000 years already. A few more days won't matter. The green light faded entirely. Isadora's eyes returned to normal, dark and empty and utterly still. She'd retreated, for now. Harry turned to face the room. Ron was pale. Hermione was trembling. And the portraits looked terrified. We need to talk, Harry said. The conversation lasted until nearly dawn. Morgana explained what she knew about the primordial, an ancient entity, older than wizardry itself, that had been drawn to the magical nexus where Hogwarts would eventually be built. The founders had found it dormant and decided to use its power rather than try to destroy it. Slytherin had been particularly fascinated, studying the creature for years, eventually connecting it to the focusing stone as a power source. It worked, she said. As long as the wards stayed strong, the entity's power fueled the chamber's magic, and the chamber kept it contained. A balance. But Riddle broke the balance, Harry guessed. He didn't maintain the wards properly. None of us could. We needed an heir for that. When he abandoned us, everything started to degrade. And when I tried to stabilize things with my blood, you reconnected the circuit. But the primordial had been aware for decades by then. Waiting, it found a way to attach itself to the bond. Morgana's expression was grim. We didn't know. I swear to you, Harry, we didn't know. Harry believed her. He could feel her distress through the bond, genuine fear and guilt and worry. None of the portraits had expected this. So what do we do? Ron asked. There has to be a way to kick this thing out. There might be, Andromeda said slowly. The founders sealed the primordial originally. If we can find their original binding rituals. They're not in the library, Hermione said. I've looked. Nothing about any entity beneath the school. They wouldn't have written it down publicly. Andromeda's starry robes shimmered as she moved. But Salazar kept records. Detailed records. They might be in the deeper vaults. The ones we haven't searched yet? Yes. A pause. They're dangerous, Harry. Traps Salazar set centuries ago. But if the binding rituals are anywhere, that's where they'll be. Harry looked at his friends, at the portraits, at the weight of responsibility that had somehow landed on his 12-year-old shoulders. An ancient evil in his head. A ministry investigator hunting for his secrets. And now, the need to find 1,000-year-old magical documents in trapped vaults. Fine, he said. Show me where to go. Not tonight. Helena's voice was firm. You're exhausted. The primordial will take advantage of any weakness. You need rest before you face the vaults. I can't rest knowing that thing is in my head. You must. Helena's expression was fierce. Harry, please, trust us. We'll watch over you tonight. Keep the creature at bay. But you need to be strong for what's coming. Harry wanted to argue, but exhaustion was dragging at him, and the bond was echoing Helena's concern, and maybe she was right. Maybe rest was the smart choice. Tomorrow night, he said. First thing. First thing, Morgana agreed. Harry let Ron and Hermione lead him out of the chamber, through the pipes, back to the castle. The sun was rising. Another day of pretending everything was normal. But nothing was normal anymore, and Harry had a terrible feeling it never would be again. That day was the longest of Harry's life. Blackwood questioned him for 3 hours about the message, trying every trick to trip him up. Harry stuck to his story. He'd been asleep. He didn't know anything. Someone was framing him. By the end, even Blackwood seemed frustrated, though the cold smile never left his face. We're not finished, Mr. Potter, he said as Harry finally escaped. The Ministry takes threats seriously, especially threats invoking the Chamber of Secrets. Then find who actually wrote it. I intend to. Classes were impossible. Everyone was staring at Harry, whispering when they thought he couldn't hear. Even the teachers seemed nervous, treating him with kid gloves or obvious suspicion depending on their temperament. Snape was practically gleeful about the situation, assigning Harry extra homework to keep him out of trouble. But the worst part was the presence in his head. Now that he knew what to look for, Harry could feel the primordial constantly. Not speaking, not yet, but there, watching, waiting, feeding on his magic like he'd been warned. Every spell he cast felt slightly off, like something was skimming power from the top. I can make it stop, the creature whispered once, during charms. Just say yes. Harry ignored it, but ignoring something in your own head was harder than it sounded. That night, he returned to the chamber. Ron and Hermione were with him again. He tried to argue them out of it, but they wouldn't budge. We're in this together, Hermione had said flatly, and that was that. Andromeda directed them to the entrance to the deeper vaults. A hidden door behind her own portrait, revealed by a combination of Parseltongue and blood. The passage beyond was narrow and dark, with none of the warmth of the upper chambers. Be careful, she warned. Salazar's traps were designed to kill. Step exactly where I tell you. The first vault was simple enough. A series of pressure plates that Harry navigated by feel, the bond guiding him around danger. The second was harder, requiring him to answer questions in Parseltongue, the wrong answer apparently triggering some kind of flesh-eating curse. The third, stop! Andromeda's voice was urgent. There's something wrong. Harry froze mid-step. What? The ward pattern is different. Someone's been here before. Riddle? No. This is recent. Within the last few weeks. Harry's stomach dropped. Blackwood? But how could the unspeakable have gotten past defenses that required Parseltongue and blood? Unless he had help, the primordial whispered, amused. I may have pointed him in the right direction. Before you woke me properly. You bastard. Language air. I'm trying to help you. By leading the Ministry to Slytherin's secrets? By showing you that you need me. Without my guidance, Blackwood would have found this place weeks ago. I've been keeping him occupied with false trails. A pause. The message on the wall? That was me too, but not to frame you. To scare him. To make him doubt his own investigation. Harry didn't know what to believe. The primordial was clearly manipulative, but there was a certain logic to what it claimed. Blackwood had been distracted by the message, focused on Harry instead of the chamber. What do you want? He asked finally. I told you, freedom, and I'm willing to help you get what you want in exchange. Which is, to save the portraits, to protect your friends, to be strong enough that no one can threaten you again. The presence shifted, almost becoming gentle. We're not enemies, Harry. We could be partners. Think about it. Harry pushed the voice away and kept moving through the vault. The final chamber was massive. Stone shelves lined every wall, covered in books and scrolls and tablets that looked ancient beyond imagining. A pedestal stood in the center, holding a single thick tome bound in what looked disturbingly like human skin. The Founder's Grimoire, Andromeda breathed through the bond. Salazar stole it when he left Hogwarts. All four of them contributed to it. Every major working they performed together, including the binding ritual, Harry finished. He approached the pedestal carefully, half expecting another trap. But nothing happened when he touched the book. Nothing but a slight tingle of recognition from the ancient magic. The pages were dense, handwritten in 4 different hands. Harry flipped through until he found what he was looking for, a section titled On the Containment of That Which Dwells Beneath. Got it, he said. Can you read it? Ron asked. Some of it. The writing was archaic, but not impossible. It talks about a binding array, for anchors, 1 for each founder. Blood from each bloodline. He frowned. We'd need descendants of all 4 founders to repeat the ritual. You're Slytherin's heir, Hermione pointed out. And Neville's a Longbottom. They're supposedly descended from Gryffindor. What about Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw? Hermione bit her lip. I don't know. The Ravenclaw line supposedly died out centuries ago. Helena, Harry realized. Helena Ravenclaw. She's right there in the chamber. But Helena was a portrait. Could her blood count, even if they could somehow manifest her? Could, the Primordial said, clearly listening. If she manifested with enough stability to produce actual blood. But that would require more power than you have. How much more? More than you could generate in a year of trying. A pause. Unless you had help. Harry closed the book, his mind churning. The Primordial was offering assistance. Power to save the portraits. Power to perform the binding ritual that would trap it again. That couldn't be right. Why would it help with its own imprisonment? Because imprisonment isn't death, the creature answered. And because I've been alone for 1,000 years, heir. Even enemies are better than emptiness. That actually made a terrible kind of sense. Harry! Hermione touched his arm. You're doing that thing again. The staring thing. Sorry. Thinking. He tucked the book under his arm. We need to take this back to the portraits. Figure out our options. And Blackwood? If he really got into these vaults. Then we're running out of time. Harry started back toward the entrance. We need a plan. A real plan. And we need it fast. Back in the portrait room, Harry laid out everything they'd learned. The Founder's Grimoire. The binding ritual. The need for blood from all 4 lineages. The Primordial's offer of help. You can't trust it, Morgana said immediately. The creature lies. It manipulates. Whatever it's offering, there's a trap somewhere. I know, but it's right about the power. We can't do the manifestation ritual without more magic than I have. Then we find another way. What other way? Harry's frustration boiled over. Blackwood is getting closer. The Primordial is getting stronger. And I've got a 1,000-year-old monster living in my head, feeding on my magic every second. If anyone has a better idea, I'm listening. Silence. I might have something, Helena said finally. Everyone turned to look at her. There's a ritual. Old. Dangerous. Not something Salazar invented. She took a breath. It's called the Mirror of Souls. It allows 2 beings to share magic directly, combining their power into a single source. Why is that dangerous? Because it requires absolute trust between participants. Any deception, any hidden intent, and the ritual destroys both souls. Helena met Harry's eyes. If we performed it, you and me, I could give you access to my magical reserves. Enough power to attempt manifestation safely. Your magical reserves? But you're a portrait. I was one of the most powerful witches of my era, Harry. My portrait contains a fraction of that power, preserved for 1,000 years. It's more than you think. And you'd share it with me. If you trust me, truly trust me. Helena's voice dropped. It's the only way I can think of to help. The only thing I have to offer. Harry thought about it. The Mirror of Souls. Absolute trust or death. Helena Ravenclaw, who died 1,000 years ago, who'd spent centuries in a painted prison, who'd been the first to show him genuine kindness in this place. Did he trust her? Yes, he said. Harry, wait. Hermione grabbed his arm. You can't just… This sounds incredibly risky. Everything is risky right now. But Helena hasn't lied to me once. She's helped me when she didn't have to. She warned me about the focusing stone. He looked at the portrait, at the woman who'd become something like a friend. I trust her. Helena's smile was tremulous. Then we'll do it. Tonight, if you're ready. I'm ready. This is insane, Ron muttered. Probably, Harry agreed. But it's the best chance we've got. The portraits began preparing for the ritual. Harry watched them work, feeling the primordial's presence humming at the back of his mind. Curious, calculating, waiting to see what would happen. Interesting choice, it commented. The Ravenclaw girl. She's more than she appears. What do you mean? Nothing important. Just watch her closely, Everyone has secrets. Harry pushed the voice away and focused on the ritual. Whatever secrets Helena had, she was willing to risk her existence to help him. That was enough. For now. Chapter 3. Flesh and Magic. The ritual circle took 3 hours to prepare. Helena guided Harry through every step, her voice steady despite the fear he could feel through the bond. Morgana contributed adjustments from her own knowledge of soul magic. Cersei offered acidic commentary about the likelihood of catastrophic failure, which wasn't helpful but was at least honest. The symbols need to be perfect, Helena explained as Harry traced the final rune in chalk on the stone floor. Any deviation and the magic will interpret it as deception. No pressure, Ron muttered from where he and Hermione stood watching. Harry finished the last stroke and stepped back. The circle was about 10 feet across, covered in interlocking patterns that made his eyes hurt if he looked too long. Candles surrounded the perimeter. Not ordinary candles, but ones Morgana had talked him through conjuring, burning with blue-white flames that didn't flicker. Now what? Now you stand in the center. Helena's portrait had been moved to hang directly before the circle, her painted face level with where Harry would be standing. And you open yourself completely. No barriers, no defenses. Everything you are exposed for the ritual to judge. Everything. Everything. Her expression softened. I know that's frightening. I'll be doing the same. Whatever you see of me, whatever darkness I carry, please try to understand. Harry nodded and stepped into the circle. The magic responded immediately. The chalk lines began to glow, soft at first, then brighter. Harry felt pressure building around him, the ritual examining him, testing him. Speak the words, Helena said. In Parseltongue, if you can. The old languages carry more weight. Harry took a breath and spoke the incantation she taught him. The serpent tongue felt strange wrapped around Latin phrases, but the magic didn't seem to mind. The glow intensified. Helena responded with her own words, not Parseltongue, but something older, a language Harry didn't recognize. Her portrait began to shimmer, the painted surface rippling like water. And then the visions started. Harry saw Helena's life, not in sequence, but in flashes, moments of intense emotion preserved by the ritual's judgment. A young girl, maybe 7, crying in a tower room while her mother worked below, too busy to comfort her. Rowena Ravenclaw, brilliant and distant, loving her daughter but never quite connecting. A teenager, angry and jealous, watching her mother praised by colleagues who never noticed the daughter standing in the shadows. You'll understand when you're older, Rowena said, and Helena hated her for it. A young woman, hands shaking, lifting a diadem from its resting place. The Ravenclaw legacy, stolen in a moment of desperate pride. Running, always running, never finding peace. Albania, blood on the snow. The Baron's face twisted with rage, then horror when he realized what he'd done. I loved you, he sobbed. But Helena was already dying, and love meant nothing anymore. Salazar's offer, the portrait, centuries of silence and regret, watching through the eyes of her ghost self, unable to interfere, hating herself more with each passing year. And then Harry, a boy who looked at her without judgment, who asked questions instead of making demands, who said thank you when no one had thanked her in 1,000 years. Hope, Fragile, terrifying hope that maybe things could be different this time. Harry gasped as the visions released him. He was on his knees in the circle, tears streaming down his face that weren't entirely his own. Helena's emotions were flooding through him. Her shame, her loneliness, her desperate need for redemption. "I'm sorry," he said. "Helena, I'm so sorry." "Don't be." Her voice was thick. "You needed to see. That's how the ritual works. But, my turn now." The pressure reversed. Harry felt the magic reaching into him, pulling memories to the surface, and he couldn't stop it. His walls crumbled like sand. Helena saw everything. The cupboard under the stairs, the bars on the window, the casual cruelty of people who should have loved him, who chose to punish him instead for being different. A boy who didn't know his own name was Harry until he started school. Who thought freak was just something people called him, like a second name. Who learned not to hope because hope always hurt more. Hogwarts, Ron and Hermione. Finally belonging somewhere, only to discover that belonging meant danger. The stone, the chamber, blood and terror, and adults who kept putting him in harm's way while praising his bravery. And underneath it all, a question that never quite went away. Why me? What did I do to deserve this? Nothing. The answer was nothing. He was just a boy who wanted to be normal, and the world wouldn't let him. Helena was crying when the visions ended. Actually crying. Painted tears running down painted cheeks, defying the laws of portraiture. "Harry," she whispered, "you were just a child. So were you." The magic pulsed between them, testing, judging. Harry felt it, examining the connection they'd formed, the understanding that went deeper than words. Two people who'd been hurt by circumstances beyond their control. Two people who'd made mistakes. Two people who wanted to be better than their pasts. The ritual found what it was looking for. Light exploded from the circle. Harry threw up his hands, blinded, and felt something fundamental shift inside him. New power flooding in, merging with his own magic, expanding his reserves beyond anything he'd imagined. Helena's strength, preserved for 1,000 years, now shared between them. When the light faded, Harry stood up on shaking legs. Did it work? Ron's voice came from somewhere to his left. Harry looked at the circle. The chalk lines had burned away, leaving scorched patterns in the stone. The candles had gone out, and his connection to Helena had changed. Deeper now, more intimate. He could feel her presence like a second heartbeat. "It worked," he said. "How do you feel?" Hermione asked. Harry considered the question. His magical core felt larger, fuller, like he'd been breathing through a straw his whole life and someone had finally removed the obstruction. "Strong," he said. "Really strong. Then we should try the manifestation." Helena's voice was eager now, hope overriding caution. "While the power is fresh. Are you sure? The risks? I've been trapped in a painting for 1,000 years, Harry. I'll take the risk." Harry looked at Morgana for guidance, but the older witch just shrugged. "It's her choice, and you have the power now. The question is whether you have the control. Only one way to find out." Harry faced Helena's portrait and reached for their shared magic. Came easily, flowing through him like water. He could feel Helena on the other end, her essence straining toward the physical world. "The manifestation array is beneath my frame," she said. "Touch it and pour your magic through. I'll handle the rest." Harry found the hidden circle, smaller than the one they just used, carved directly into the stone. He pressed his palm against it and pushed. Magic flooded out of him. Not painfully, not like the blood bond had been, but intensely. He felt Helena drinking it in, her portrait self beginning to shimmer and blur. The painted surface rippled violently. "More," she gasped. "Almost there." Harry pushed harder. His vision was going gray at the edges, but he didn't stop. He could feel Helena so close, almost there, almost real. The portrait burst. Harry stumbled backward as something fell out of the frame. Something solid, something heavy, something that hit the ground with a very human gasp. Helena Ravenclaw lay on the stone floor of the chamber, breathing. "Oh my God!" Hermione whispered. Helena was naked. Harry realized this approximately half a second before Ron did, and both of them spun around while Hermione conjured a blanket. I have a body, Helena said, her voice strange and hoarse. An actual body. I can feel the floor. It's cold. Here. Hermione wrapped the blanket around her, helping her sit up. Slowly. Your muscles won't be used to supporting weight. I don't have muscles. I'm a painting. But Helena was already moving, testing her limbs, touching her own face with wonder. I'm real. I'm actually real. Temporarily, Morgana warned. The manifestation won't last forever. A few hours, perhaps, before the magic fades and she returns to her frame. A few hours is more than I've had in 1,000 years. Helena was crying again, but smiling now too. Harry, thank you. Thank you. Harry still hadn't turned around. You're welcome. Maybe get dressed first. Hermione conjured simple robes, a useful spell she'd learned from McGonagall's advanced reading. Harry finally turned back to see Helena standing. Actually standing, swaying slightly but upright. She was taller than he'd expected. Younger looking too, without the painted flatness of her portrait. I want to see the sky, she said. The real sky, not memories or dreams, the actual stars. That's not safe, Morgana said immediately. Blackwood is still in the castle. If anyone sees you, I don't care. Helena's voice was fierce. I've been staring at stone ceilings for 10 centuries. I want to see the sky. Harry understood that desperation. We'll take you to the astronomy tower. It'll be empty at this hour. Harry, Hermione started. She deserves this, Hermione. After everything she's been through. He met Helena's eyes, dark and alive and grateful beyond words. We'll be careful. Getting Helena through the castle was harder than expected. She could walk but barely. 1,000 years without using legs had left her clumsy. And Harry ended up supporting most of her weight while Hermione scouted ahead and Ron watched behind. The invisibility cloak covered all 4 of them if they bunched together, but it meant moving slowly. Everything is so different, Helena murmured as they passed through the corridors. The architecture, the decorations. When I was last alive, this hallway didn't even exist. Hogwarts has been renovated a lot over the centuries, Hermione whispered back. Each headmaster adds their own touches. It's beautiful. I never appreciated it before. Helena's hand tightened on Harry's shoulder. I never appreciated anything before. They made it to the astronomy tower without incident. The door creaked open, and Helena stepped out onto the observation platform, tilting her face up toward the stars. Oh, she breathed. Harry had seen the night sky from this tower before. It was impressive. Away from Muggle light pollution, the stars were thick and bright. But he'd never really looked at them the way Helena was looking now, drinking in every point of light like she might never see them again. Because she might not. Andromeda would love this, Helena said. She used to describe the constellations to me, but descriptions aren't the same. Nothing is the same. She turned to Harry, her eyes shining. Thank you. I don't have words for what this means. You don't need words. They stood there for a while, all 4 of them, watching the sky. It was peaceful in a way that Harry's life rarely allowed. No threats, no mysteries, just the silence of the night and the presence of friends. We should go back, Hermione said eventually. Before sunrise. A few more minutes. Helena was still staring upward. Please. Harry nodded. A few more minutes wouldn't hurt. But of course that's when everything went wrong. Well, said a familiar voice from the tower entrance. This is unexpected. Harry spun around, wand already in his hand. Cornelius Blackwood stood in the doorway, his gray robes immaculate, that cold smile firmly in place. Behind him were 2 other wizards in ministry uniforms, unspeakables from their blank expressions. Mr. Potter, out after curfew. With friends, I see. Blackwood's eyes slid to Helena. And one friend I don't recognize. Care to introduce us? Harry's mind raced. Helena was still manifested. If Blackwood realized what she was, she's a transfer student, Hermione said quickly. From Beau's Batons. She just arrived today. A transfer student. In the middle of term. Who no one else has mentioned. Blackwood's smile widened. You'll have to do better than that, Miss Granger. Back off. Ron stepped forward, his own wand raised. You've got no right to interrogate us. I have every right. I'm a ministry official investigating dark magic at this school. And I fined 4 students in a restricted area after curfew. Blackwood's tone hardened. Wands down. Now. No. Excuse me? I said no. Harry's voice was steady despite his hammering heart. We haven't done anything wrong. We're just looking at the stars. With a mysterious woman who appeared from nowhere? Blackwood shook his head. I don't think so, Mr. Potter. I've been watching you very carefully. I know you've been sneaking out at night. I know you've found something in that chamber. Something you're hiding from everyone. And I think, his eyes locked on Helena. I think I've just found out what. You don't know anything. I know magic when I see it. That woman isn't human. She's a construct of some kind. A golem, perhaps, or something older. Blackwood drew his own wand. Step away from it, children. Let me examine it properly. She's not an it. Harry moved in front of Helena. She's a person. A person who didn't exist until a few hours ago? A person with no records, no history, no place in the modern world. Blackwood laughed. Whatever she is, she's evidence. Evidence of the dark magic you've been practicing. And I'm taking her into custody. No, you're not. Harry felt the shared power surge through him. Helena's strength merged with his own. Enough magic to do things he'd never attempted before. Don't, Hermione whispered urgently. Harry, don't. He didn't listen. The spell came from instinct rather than training. Pure magical force, shaped by will and desperation. It hit Blackwood's shield like a thunderclap, driving the unspeakable backward 3 steps. Impressive, Blackwood said, recovering his balance. Much more power than a second year should have. Where did you get it, Mr. Potter? What did you trade for it? Harry didn't answer. He was already casting again. Spells Cersei had taught him, wandless techniques that didn't require incantations. Force and fire and binding curses, one after another, pushing Blackwood and his associates back toward the door. The other unspeakables tried to intervene. Ron caught one with a stupefy while Hermione tangled the other's legs with conjured ropes. For a moment it seemed like they might actually win. Then Blackwood stopped playing. His counterspell was precise and brutal. Harry's next attack shattered in midair, the magical backlash sending him stumbling. A second spell caught Hermione, freezing her in place. A third did the same to Ron. Enough! Blackwood's voice was ice. You're talented, Mr. Potter. I'll give you that. But you're also children playing with forces you don't understand. Harry tried to summon more power, but he was tapped. The manifestation ritual had drained him more than he'd realized. Helena's shared magic was nearly gone. Harry! Helena's hand found his. Don't fight anymore. It's not worth getting hurt over me. I'm not leaving you. You don't have a choice. She squeezed his hand, and something passed between them, through the bond, through the ritual connection. I can go back. Return to the portrait. He won't be able to prove anything. But, trust me. Helena's body began to shimmer. Blackwood saw it too, his eyes widening, but before he could react, she dissolved. One moment a solid woman, the next a stream of glowing particles, flowing through the air and out of sight. Back to the chamber, back to her frame. No! Blackwood lunged forward, but there was nothing to grab. Helena was gone. Where did she go? What did you do? I didn't do anything. Harry's voice was dull. She left on her own. Impossible. Constructs don't have that kind of autonomy. Blackwood grabbed Harry by the collar, lifting him off his feet. What was she? Where did she come from? Tell me. Go to hell. Blackwood's face twisted with rage. For a moment, Harry thought the man might actually hurt him, might cross the line from intimidation to violence. Then footsteps sounded on the tower stairs, and Dumbledore's voice cut through the tension. That will be quite enough, Mr. Blackwood. The headmaster stood in the doorway, flanked by McGonagall and Snape. His expression was calm, but his eyes were not. Harry had never seen Dumbledore angry before. "Release Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said. "Now." Blackwood slowly lowered Harry to the ground. "Headmaster, these students were out after curfew." "Yes. A matter for their head of house, not a ministry investigator." Dumbledore's voice was pleasant, but something underneath it made Harry's skin prickle. "You've overstepped, Mr. Blackwood. Again. I was conducting my investigation. By physically assaulting students? By threatening them with magic." McGonagall stepped forward, practically vibrating with fury. "These are my students, Mr. Blackwood. If you touch them again, you'll answer to me." "There was a woman here," Blackwood said. "A magical construct of some kind. The Potter boy created it. I saw it with my own eyes." "Did you?" Dumbledore's gaze swept the tower. "I see only Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, and Mr. Weasley. No mysterious woman. No construct. She disappeared, dissolved into light. Potter did something. Mr. Potter has been in his dormitory all evening. His head of house can confirm that." Dumbledore's smile was thin. "Are you suggesting your eyes deceived you, Mr. Blackwood? Perhaps the stress of your investigation is affecting your judgment." Blackwood stared at the headmaster, and something shifted in his expression. Understanding, maybe, or confirmation of a suspicion. "I see," he said quietly. "The protections around this school run deeper than I realized." "Hogwarts looks after her students," Dumbledore agreed. "All of them. For now." Blackwood turned toward the door, pausing beside Harry. "This isn't over, Mr. Potter. Whatever you're hiding, I will find it. And when I do—" He didn't finish the threat. He didn't need to. The unspeakables collected themselves and followed their leader down the stairs. McGonagall immediately unfroze Hermione and Ron, who collapsed against each other with relief. "You three," she said, "are in enormous trouble." "We know," Harry said wearily. "But not tonight." Dumbledore raised a hand. "Tonight, you return to your dormitories. Tomorrow we'll discuss everything." His eyes met Harry's, and Harry saw something there that might have been knowledge. How much did Dumbledore know? How much had he guessed? "Thank you, Professor." "Don't thank me yet, Harry." Dumbledore's expression was grave. "The game you're playing is dangerous. More dangerous than you realize." "I know. Do you?" A pause. "We'll see." Harry didn't sleep that night. He lay in bed, staring at the canopy, feeling Helena's presence through their bond. She was back in her portrait, physically unharmed, but the emotional residue of the night swirled between them. "I'm sorry," she said. "I shouldn't have insisted on seeing the sky. I put everyone in danger. It's not your fault. Blackwood was following us anyway. Still, if I hadn't manifested, then we wouldn't know if the ritual worked, and we wouldn't have the information we need for the binding." Harry sighed. "It's done. We deal with what comes next." "What does come next?" "I don't know." Harry closed his eyes, trying to think. "Dumbledore knows something. He covered for us tonight, but he'll want answers. Will you tell him the truth? Some of it. Maybe." The thought of explaining everything to Dumbledore, the chamber, the portraits, the primordial, made Harry's head hurt. He might be able to help, or he might decide it's too dangerous and try to shut everything down. That would kill us. Helena's mental voice was quiet. "If the chamber closes permanently, we die. All of us." "I know. That's why I haven't told him yet." Silence. "Then you're protecting us." "I'm trying to." "Harry." A pause. "Whatever happens, I want you to know. Tonight was the best night of my existence. Seeing the stars, feeling the wind, being real even for a few hours." Her voice cracked slightly. "Thank you for giving me that." "You're welcome." Harry felt something warm spread through his chest, cutting through the fear and exhaustion. "And Helena? We're gonna figure this out. Promise. I believe you." The bond settled into comfortable silence, and Harry finally drifted into uneasy sleep. Morning brought consequences. McGonagall's lecture lasted 45 minutes and covered everything from curfew violations to the importance of not getting into magical duels with ministry officials. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat in her office, accepting the detention they absolutely deserved, and tried to look appropriately contrite. "I don't understand what you were thinking," McGonagall finished. "Going to the astronomy tower in the middle of the night, confronting an unspeakable, using magic against ministry personnel." "He grabbed Harry," Ron protested. "We were defending ourselves." "By attacking first?" Ron had no answer to that. 2 weeks detention. All 3 of you. Starting tonight. McGonagall's voice softened slightly. "And Harry, the headmaster wants to see you. Privately." Harry's stomach clenched. Now? Now. Dumbledore's office was warm and cluttered, full of spinning silver instruments that Harry had never understood. Fawkes the Phoenix trilled a greeting from his perch. The Sorting Hat sat on a shelf, apparently asleep. "Harry, please sit." Dumbledore gestured to a chair. "Lemon drop." "No thank you, sir." "Very well." The headmaster settled into his own chair, studying Harry over his half-moon glasses. "You've had quite a year." "Yes, sir. The Chamber of Secrets. The Basilisk. And now, apparently, something new." Dumbledore's gaze was gentle but penetrating. "Would you like to tell me about it?" Harry hesitated. He'd spent all morning trying to figure out what to say, how much truth to offer, how much to hold back. In the end, he'd decided to trust his instincts. "I found another chamber," he said, "beneath the first one, hidden. I suspected as much. It has portraits, old ones, witches that Slytherin preserved centuries ago." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. "Preserved how? Some kind of soul magic. They're not just paintings, they're actually conscious. They've been trapped down there for 1,000 years. And the woman Mr. Blackwood saw? Helena Ravenclaw." Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. "The real one. I found a way to manifest her temporarily. Give her a physical body for a few hours." A long silence. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. "That's extraordinary magic," he said finally. "Well beyond what a second year should be capable of. The portraits are teaching me. Morgana Le Fay is one of them." Another silence, longer this time. Harry could almost see Dumbledore processing the information, fitting pieces together. "Morgana Le Fay," he repeated. "One of the most powerful dark witches in history. She's not dark. Not really. She's just—" Harry struggled to find the right word. "Complicated. Most powerful people are." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. "Harry, I need to ask you something, and I need you to answer honestly. Is there anything else in that chamber? Anything dangerous?" Harry thought about the primordial, about the voice in his head that whispered promises of power, about the ancient entity slowly feeding on his magic. He should tell Dumbledore. He knew he should. But something held him back, not the primordial's influence, but his own judgment. Dumbledore would want to handle this the safe way, the careful way, and Harry wasn't sure there was time for careful. "Nothing I can't handle," he said. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. "You're not being entirely truthful." "No, sir. I'm not. But you have your reasons." "Yes, sir." Another pause. Then, surprisingly, Dumbledore smiled. "You've grown, Harry. This year has changed you in ways I'm only beginning to understand." He stood, moving to the window. "I won't force you to tell me everything. That wouldn't be fair, and frankly, it wouldn't work. You've developed quite remarkable occlumency for someone your age. I suspect your new friends have been teaching you that as well." Harry hadn't even realized he'd been using occlumency. The mental defenses had become automatic, part of his new normal. "But I will ask one thing," Dumbledore continued, turning back to face him. "If the situation becomes truly dangerous, if you find yourself facing something beyond your capabilities, promise me you'll come to me. Whatever it is, however bad, we'll face it together." Harry thought about the primordial growing stronger every day, about the ministry closing in, about 32 souls depending on him to keep them safe. "I promise," he said. He meant it. He just hoped he'd be able to keep the promise when the time came. The next few days were tense but manageable. Blackwood continued his investigation, but something had changed in his approach. He was more careful now, more subtle. No more direct confrontations. Just quiet questions, patient surveillance, the slow accumulation of evidence. Harry kept learning. Circe's combat lessons became more intense, pushing him to use his expanded power effectively. Morgana taught him the basics of occlumency properly, not just instinctive barriers, but structured mental defenses that could withstand serious assault. Andromeda walked him through the binding ritual step by step, helping him understand what they'd need to accomplish. And Helena was different now. The manifestation had changed something between them. Their bond was deeper, more intimate. He could feel her emotions as clearly as his own, could sense her thoughts if she let him. It was like having a constant companion in his head, one who actually wanted to be there. "Is this weird?" he asked her one night, lying in bed while Ron snored nearby. "This connection we have?" "Probably," she admitted. "But I don't mind." "Do you?" "No. It's nice. Having someone who understands." "I understand more than you know." A mental smile. "We saw each other's memories, Harry. Every fear, every shame, every secret. There's nothing left to hide. That should be terrifying. But it isn't." "No, it isn't." They stayed connected like that for hours, not really talking, just being together. It was the closest Harry had ever felt to another person. Closer than Ron, closer than Hermione. Different from friendship, different from family. He wasn't sure what to call it, but he didn't want it to end. On the 5th day after the tower incident, everything accelerated. Harry was in transfiguration when he felt it. A pulse through the bond, sharp and urgent. Not Helena this time, but Morgana, her mental voice cutting through his concentration. "Harry, we have a problem." "What kind of problem?" "The primordial kind. Get down here, now." Harry made an excuse about feeling sick, not entirely false, given how his stomach dropped, and practically ran to Myrtle's bathroom. The chamber entrance was already open, which was wrong. He hadn't opened it. Inside, the portrait room was chaos. Green light pulsed from Isadora's frame, even brighter than before. The other portraits had retreated to the edges of the room, their frames actually moving to create distance. And in the center of the floor, drawn in glowing lines that definitely hadn't been there that morning, was a ritual circle. "What the hell is this? Our unwelcome guest has been busy." Morgana's voice was tight with controlled fear. "It's been using your magic while you sleep. Drawing this summoning array." "Summoning what?" "Itself." Isadora's layered voice cut through the room. "Did you think I'd wait forever, Air? You've been stalling, learning your little tricks, preparing your binding ritual. But I've been preparing too." Harry looked at the circle. It was almost complete, complex patterns that hurt to look at, symbols that seemed to writhe when he focused on them. Only a small gap remained, maybe 6 inches of unfinished line. "You can't finish it without my permission." "True." Isadora smiled with someone else's face. "The bond limits me, but I found workarounds." The green glow intensified, and Harry felt something pull at his magic. Not painful, not even uncomfortable, more like a strong suggestion. His hand rose without his permission, fingers reaching toward the gap in the circle. "No." Harry forced his arm down through pure will. "I said no." "You did. But your magic says yes." Isadora laughed. "The bond cuts both ways, Air. You've been feeding me for weeks. I've learned your patterns, your weaknesses." Harry's arm rose again. He grabbed it with his other hand, physically restraining himself. "Helena, a little help." "I'm trying." Her mental voice was strained. "The creature is blocking me. I can't reach your muscles." "Morgana." "We're portraits, Harry. We can advise, but we cannot physically interfere." Morgana sounded frustrated. "You need to break its hold yourself." "How?" "I don't know." Harry's feet started moving, step by step, against his will, toward the incomplete circle. The primordial was pulling him like a puppet, using his own magic as strings. Think, he told himself desperately. You've been training for weeks. Cersei taught you combat magic. Morgana taught you mental defenses. Use them. He built walls in his mind. Layer after layer, brick by brick. The primordial smashed through them like paper. Pathetic, Isadora crooned. Did you really think a few weeks of training would let you resist me? I'm older than this castle heir. Older than your entire civilization. You're fighting the tide. Harry's hand reached the edge of the circle. His finger extended, ready to complete the final line. And then Helena screamed. Not through the bond, physically. Her portrait burst with light, and she fell out of her frame again, manifesting without the ritual, without Harry's help. She hit the ground hard and didn't get up, but her hand shot out, grabbing Harry's ankle. No, she said, her voice barely a whisper. You don't get him. The contact broke the primordial's hold. Harry stumbled backward, away from the circle, and felt Helena's presence flood through the bond. Not just her emotions, but her actual self, her soul sharing space with his. Together, she said, push back together. They did. The mental battle lasted seconds that felt like hours. Harry and Helena merged through their bond against the primordial trying to control them. It was like pushing against a mountain. The entity was ancient and vast and utterly indifferent to their struggles. But they weren't alone. Let me in, Morgana said. I can't affect the physical world. But if you open the bond, Harry didn't hesitate. He widened the connection, and Morgana poured through, adding her strength to theirs. Then Cersei, Andromeda, others, portraits he barely knew, all joining the fight. 32 consciousnesses against one ancient evil. The primordial roared. The chamber shook. Isadora's portrait cracked down the middle, the frame splintering under the strain. You cannot defeat me, the entity howled. I am eternal. Maybe Harry thought back. But you're also stuck, trapped in a painting, dependent on my magic to survive. You wouldn't. You need the chamber. You need the portraits. I need my friends. Harry felt the combined strength of everyone connected to the bond, felt their determination and their hope. And they need me to end this. He reached for the focusing stone through the bond, felt its power, dormant but immense. And he pulled, not to power the primordial, to starve it. The magic in the chamber reversed. Instead of flowing from Harry to the creature, it flowed from the creature to the stone. The primordial screamed, actually screamed, a sound that would haunt Harry's nightmares forever, as centuries of accumulated power drained away. No, you can't, the binding, the balance, there'll be a new balance. Harry pushed harder. One that doesn't include you. The green light died. Isadora's portrait went dark. Not destroyed, but empty. The ritual circle on the floor cracked and crumbled, the lines fading to nothing. And the presence at the back of Harry's mind, the constant humming that had been the primordial feeding on his magic silence. Harry collapsed. He was vaguely aware of voices, hands catching him, Helena's face swimming above his own. But mostly he was aware of emptiness. The primordial was gone. Truly gone, banished or destroyed or something in between. His mind was his own again. Harry. Helena's voice was raw. Harry, stay with me. I'm okay. He wasn't sure that was true, but it seemed like the right thing to say. Did it work? It worked. Morgana sounded shaken, which was wrong. Morgana never sounded shaken. The creature is contained, forced back into dormancy by the focusing stone. It won't trouble us again for a very long time. And Isadora? A pause. She's alive, but the primordial did damage when it retreated. She may never fully recover. Harry closed his eyes. Another casualty. Another person he couldn't save. Don't. Helena touched his face. You did everything you could. More than anyone could have expected. It's not enough. It never is. Her voice was sad and gentle. That's what being a hero means, Harry. Doing everything you can and accepting that sometimes everything isn't enough. I don't want to be a hero. I know. But you are one anyway. Harry let her help him sit up. The portrait room looked wrong. Scorched and cracked, several frames damaged. the floor still bearing the scars of the ritual circle. But the portraits were alive. All of them, even Isadora, though her frame stayed dark and silent. "We need to fix this," he said. "Clean up before anyone notices. Later." Morgana's voice was firm. "Right now you need rest. Real rest. Not the exhausted unconsciousness you've been calling sleep. But no arguments." Helena squeezed his hand. "You just fought an ancient evil and won. You're allowed to take a break." Harry wanted to argue. There was still so much to do. Blackwood to deal with, the binding ritual to complete, explanations to give. But exhaustion was pulling at him, heavy and insistent, and he didn't have the strength to resist. "Fine," he said. "One night." "One night," Helena agreed. She helped him to his feet, and Harry leaned on her as they made their way out of the chamber. He was vaguely aware that she was still manifested, still physical, still using their shared magic to maintain her form. They'd need to discuss that later. Figure out how to sustain it, what it meant for both of them. But that was tomorrow's problem. Tonight, Harry just wanted to sleep. He made it back to Gryffindor Tower without incident. Ron was waiting in the common room, looking worried, but Harry waved him off with a muttered "fine," just tired, and went straight to bed. Sleep came fast and deep. No nightmares, no whispers, just darkness and peace. Helena's presence stayed with him, warm and steady through the bond. Not speaking, not intruding, just there. "Thank you," he thought, not sure if she could hear him through the sleep haze. "Always," she answered. Harry smiled and let the darkness take him. 3 floors below, in a guest suite reserved for ministry officials, Cornelius Blackwood sat up in bed. His detection charms were screaming again. Massive magical activity from beneath the castle, even more than before. Something had happened down there. Something significant. He'd been patient. He'd been careful. But patience and care weren't getting him anywhere. It was time to take more direct action. Blackwood rose and dressed quickly, his mind already planning. The Potter boy had allies. The headmaster was protecting him. The standard approaches weren't working. But Blackwood had resources the boy couldn't imagine. Connections within the ministry. Knowledge from decades of studying dark magic. And now a lead. A desperate letter from a wealthy pureblood who shared his interest in Slytherin's secrets. Lucius Malfoy wanted the chamber found. Blackwood wanted power. There was an arrangement to be made. Tomorrow the real hunt would begin. Chapter 4. Blood debts. Harry woke to sunlight and silence. For a long moment he just lay there, appreciating how quiet his mind was. No primordial whispering. No constant drain on his magic. Just his own thoughts, steady and clear. "Good morning." Helena's voice warm through the bond. "Morning. How are you feeling?" "Strange. I'm back in my portrait, but something's different." A pause. "The manifestation last night. I didn't use your power. I used my own." Harry sat up sharply. "What?" "The Mirror of Souls ritual. When we shared magic, it wasn't just borrowing. Something permanent happened." Her mental voice carried wonder. "I have my own reserves now. Small but real. Enough to manifest briefly without draining you. That's incredible. It's unprecedented." Morgana's voice cut in, making Harry flinch. "I've been monitoring since last night. Helena's portrait has fundamentally changed. She's not just preserved anymore. She's regenerating. Growing. Is that dangerous?" "Everything is dangerous. But this particular danger might actually be useful." Morgana sounded almost impressed. "If one portrait can develop independent magic, perhaps others can too. The Mirror of Souls could be adapted. Let's focus on one miracle at a time," Helena said. "Harry still has a ministry investigator to deal with, right?" "Blackwood." Harry had almost forgotten about that particular problem, which probably meant something bad was about to happen. He got dressed quickly, his mind racing through everything that needed to be done. The binding ritual still required blood from all 4 founder lineages. Isadora was unconscious or worse. And somewhere above him, Blackwood was planning his next move. One thing at a time. Breakfast was tense. Harry could feel eyes on him. Students whispering, teachers watching. The message on the wall had been cleaned away, but people remembered. They remembered that Harry Potter had been found at the scene, that a ministry investigator was following him, that strange things kept happening around him. Just ignore them, Ron said, loading his plate with bacon. They'll find something else to gossip about. Will they? Hermione was reading the Daily Prophet, her expression troubled. There's an article about dark magic resurgence at Hogwarts. No names, but the implications are clear. Let me see. Harry took the paper. The article was worse than Hermione had suggested. It talked about troubling signs and ministry concern, and students potentially exposed to dangerous influences. It quoted sources close to the investigation who hinted at blood magic rituals and ancient evils awakened. Someone had been talking, someone who knew more than they should. Blackwood, Harry said grimly. He's leaking information to the press. Can he do that? Apparently. Harry pushed his breakfast away, appetite gone. He's building a case, making me look guilty before he actually proves anything. That's not fair. Since when has fair mattered? Harry stood. I need to talk to Dumbledore. See if there's anything he can do. He made it 3 steps before Draco Malfoy appeared in his path. Potter. Draco's smile was sharp and unpleasant. Interesting article this morning. Father says it's only the beginning. Move, Malfoy. Or what? You'll curse me? Draco lowered his voice. Father's been very busy lately, making arrangements. He says by the end of the week you'll be expelled. Maybe even arrested. Your father doesn't run this school. No, but he has friends who do. Draco's smile widened. Enjoy your last few days, Potter. They're going to be memorable. He sauntered away before Harry could respond, leaving Harry standing in the middle of the great hall with ice in his stomach. Lucius Malfoy was involved. That changed things. The Malfoys had connections throughout the ministry, money to buy influence, a history of getting what they wanted. If Lucius was working with Blackwood, Harry, Helena's voice was urgent. Something's happening in the chamber. Morgana needs you. What kind of something? I don't know, but she sounds scared. Harry didn't hesitate. He turned and walked toward the exit, ignoring the stairs, ignoring Ron's confused questions. Something was wrong, and his friends in the chamber needed him. The portrait room was in chaos. Not physically. The damage from last night had been cleaned up, the floor restored, the frames repaired. But the portraits themselves were panicking, voices overlapping, accusations flying. She did this. She led it to us. We don't know that. Look at her. Look at what she's become. Harry pushed through the mental noise. What's going on? Isadora. Morgana's voice cut through the chaos. She woke up about an hour ago, and she's different. Harry looked at Isadora's portrait. The frame was still damaged, cracked down the middle, but the woman inside was awake. More than awake. She was standing at the front of her frame, watching everything with eyes that were clear for the first time since Harry had met her. Different how? The primordial left something behind when it retreated. Morgana's tone was careful. Memories, knowledge, perhaps more than that. I can hear it still, Isadora said, and her voice was strange. Layered, but not like before. Not possessed. Just expanded. Buried in the stone, sleeping. I know things I shouldn't know. Secrets my father kept even from his precious portraits. What kind of secrets? Isadora smiled, and it was the first genuine expression Harry had ever seen from her. Everything, air. I know everything now. About the chamber. About the binding. About what really happened when the founders sealed that creature beneath the earth. Tell us. It wasn't just imprisoned. It was bargained with. Isadora moved to the center of her frame, and Harry could see the changes more clearly now. Something ancient in her eyes, something that hadn't been there before. The founders made a deal. They couldn't destroy the primordial, so they offered it something instead. A way to sleep peacefully. A promise that it would be fed, sustained, kept comfortable in its prison. Fed how? Magic. Specifically, the magic of students. Isadora's smile twisted. Why do you think Hogwarts was built here of all places? This nexus of magical energy isn't natural. It's the creature's doing. It draws young wizards and witches to it, feeds on their ambient power, grows strong on their presence. Harry felt sick. The school is a feeding station? A sustainable one. The founders were clever. They designed the wards to skim just enough magic to keep the primordial satisfied without harming the students. A percentage of every spell cast in these halls goes to the creature's prison. That's... Hermione's voice came from behind Harry. He hadn't even noticed her and Ron following him down. That's monstrous. It's practical. Isadora shrugged. The alternative was letting the creature wake up and devour everyone. This way it sleeps and the school functions normally. Everyone wins. Except the students being harvested like magical crops, Ron said. No one's being harmed. The amount taken is infinitesimal. You'd never notice. That's not the point. Actually, it is. Morgana stepped in, her voice calm. The binding ritual Harry found, it's not designed to destroy the primordial. It's designed to reinforce the bargain. For bloodlines, for anchors, for sources of power maintaining the balance. So we can't actually get rid of it? Not with the resources we have. The founders spent years developing this solution, and they were the most powerful wizards of their age. Morgana's expression was troubled. But we can strengthen the binding. Make sure the creature stays asleep. That was always the plan. Harry processed this. The primordial couldn't be destroyed, at least not easily. The best they could do was keep it contained. It wasn't a victory, but it wasn't defeat either. Fine. We strengthen the binding. He looked at Isadora. You have your father's memories now. Do you know where to find blood from the Hufflepuff line? Isadora's smile returned. I know exactly where to find it. And more importantly, I know who already has it. Who? Your unspeakable friend, Mr. Blackwood. Isadora's eyes glittered. He's been collecting founder artifacts for decades. His family claims descent from Hufflepuff herself, conveniently unprovable, but the blood magic doesn't care about proof. It cares about belief. Blackwood is a Hufflepuff descendant? He believes he is. That's enough for the ritual. Isadora tilted her head. Of course, getting his blood will be somewhat more challenging than a simple request. We could ask him nicely, Ron suggested sarcastically. We could explain the situation, Hermione said. If he understood what was at stake. He wouldn't care. Harry's voice was flat. He wants the chamber for himself. Wants the power, the knowledge. He'd rather let the primordial wake up than help us contain it. You don't know that. I've seen how he looks at me, Hermione, like I'm an obstacle to remove, like the portraits are resources to exploit. Harry shook his head. We can't trust him with this. Then what do we do? Harry thought about it. For bloodlines needed. Slytherin, him. Gryffindor, Neville, maybe, if the rumors about his family were true. Ravenclaw, Helena, if her manifestation magic worked the way they hoped. And Hufflepuff, Blackwood, who would never cooperate willingly. We find another Hufflepuff descendant, he said. There has to be someone else. The line is notoriously scattered, Isadora said. Helga Hufflepuff had many children, but the family fragmented over centuries. Dozens of families might carry the blood, but most don't know it. Then we test them, find someone willing to help. That would take months, possibly years. We don't have months. Harry's frustration boiled over. The primordial is sleeping but not dormant. Blackwood is getting closer every day. And I've got a debt I need to repay to 32 witches who've been trapped down here for a millennium. Silence. The portraits watched him. Their expressions varied. Hope, skepticism, curiosity. There might be another way, Helena said quietly. A faster way. But you won't like it. Tell me. The binding ritual requires Hufflepuff blood, but it doesn't specify willing donation. She hesitated. If we could obtain some of Blackwood's blood without his consent, you want me to steal his blood? I want you to consider all options. Helena's voice was careful. I know it's not ideal. I know it crosses lines. But the alternative is leaving the primordial unstable and the chamber vulnerable. Harry looked at his friends. Ron's expression was conflicted. Hermione looked actively uncomfortable. There has to be another way, she said. Taking someone's blood without consent. That's dark magic territory. The ritual itself is dark magic territory, Morgana pointed out. You've already crossed that line, Miss Granger. The question is how much further you're willing to go. Not that far. There are limits. Your limits are your own. Harry has to decide what his are. Everyone turned to Harry. He could feel the weight of their expectations, their judgment, their hope. 32 portraits depending on him. 2 friends trusting him to make the right choice. And 1 enemy standing between him and everything he needed. Let me think about it, he said finally. We don't have to decide right now. Don't take too long. Isadora's voice was quiet. My father's creature won't sleep forever. And Blackwood won't wait forever either. The next 2 days were a nightmare of surveillance and paranoia. Blackwood had apparently decided that subtle investigation wasn't working. Now he followed Harry openly, watching from across rooms, lurking outside classrooms. His cold smile never wavered. He's trying to provoke you, Hermione said during a whispered conversation in the library. Make you do something that justifies action against you. I know. So don't react. I'm trying. But it was hard not to react when every time Harry turned around, there was Blackwood, watching, waiting, taking notes in his little leather journal. Meanwhile, Harry kept learning. Circe's combat lessons grew more intense, focusing on defense and evasion, skills he might need if things escalated. Morgana taught him advanced occlumency, building walls within walls, hiding his thoughts behind layers of misdirection. And Helena taught him something else entirely. The Mirror of Souls changed us both, she explained one night through their bond. We're not just connected anymore. We're intertwined. What I learn, you learn. What you experience, I experience. Is that why your manifestation magic works without me now? Partly. But it's more than that. A pause. Harry, I think I might be able to become permanent. Not just temporary manifestations, but actually real. All the time. How? The ritual you performed to bond with the chamber. Blood on the focusing stone. If I did the same thing while manifested, bonded myself to the chamber's power independently, it might stabilize my form. Might? There's no guarantee. No one's ever tried this. But the theory is sound. Another pause. It would require enormous power. More than either of us has. But if we found a way, you could be alive again. I could be real again. Whether that counts as alive. Her mental voice was complex, layered with emotions Harry couldn't quite parse. I don't know what I'd be. Not the girl who died in Albania. Not the portrait who watched centuries pass. Something new. Is that what you want? Silence. Then, I want to find out. I want the chance to choose. Harry understood that. Choice was everything. It was what had been taken from Helena when Slytherin trapped her, what the Dursleys had tried to take from him, what the primordial had threatened. The ability to decide your own fate. When this is over, he promised. When the binding is complete and the chamber is secure. We'll figure it out together. Together, she agreed. I like that word. On the 3rd day, Blackwood made his move. Harry was eating breakfast when the great hall doors burst open. Blackwood strode in, flanked by 4 other ministry wizards. Not unspeakables this time, but aurors in full uniform, wands drawn. Harry Potter. Blackwood's voice carried across the suddenly silent hall. By the authority of the Department of Mysteries and the Minister for Magic, you are under arrest for the practice of dark magic, the creation of dangerous magical constructs, and conspiracy to awaken an ancient evil. Harry didn't move. Couldn't move. The words hit him like physical blows. This is outrageous. McGonagall was on her feet, face white with fury. You have no authority. I have full authority. Blackwood held up a scroll. Signed warrant from Minister Fudge himself. The boy comes with us. Dumbledore rose slowly. The temperature in the hall seemed to drop. Mr. Blackwood, he said quietly, I strongly suggest you reconsider this course of action. Are you threatening me, headmaster? I'm advising you. Harry Potter is a student under my protection. Any attempt to remove him by force will be resisted. By whom? You. Blackwood laughed. With all due respect, Dumbledore, you're not above the law. Neither is the boy. He's been practicing blood magic, consorting with dark artifacts, and housing entities that threaten the entire wizarding world. And your evidence for these claims? Is classified. Blackwood's smile was triumphant. Department of Mysteries business. You don't have clearance. The hall erupted. Students shouting, teachers arguing, Aurors shifting nervously. Harry sat frozen in the center of it all, feeling events spiral beyond his control. Harry, Helena's voice, sharp with fear. The bond. I can feel what you're feeling, I know. Don't let them take you. If Blackwood gets you alone. I know. Harry took a breath, steadying himself. Tell Morgana to prepare. If this goes badly, I need options. What kind of options? Any kind. Harry stood up. The motion drew everyone's attention. Blackwood watched him with predatory interest. The Aurors shifted their grips on their wands, and somewhere to his left, Harry heard Ron curse quietly. If you want to arrest me, Harry said, his voice carrying, you'll have to tell me what I'm supposed to have done. Specifically. I told you. Blood magic. What blood magic? Specifically. Blackwood's smile flickered. The details are classified. So I'm being arrested for secret crimes that you can't describe, based on evidence you won't show, by authority of a warrant no one here can verify. Harry tilted his head. Is that how the ministry works now? Murmurs rippled through the hall. Even some of the Aurors looked uncomfortable. You're trying to manipulate the situation, Blackwood said. I'm asking for basic legal rights. Or don't those exist in magical Britain? You'd be surprised what doesn't exist when national security is involved. Blackwood stepped closer, lowering his voice so only Harry could hear. I know what's down there, boy. The portraits. The creature. The power you've been accumulating. Did you really think you could keep it secret forever? I don't know what you're talking about. Liar. Blackwood's expression didn't change, but his eyes were cold. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to come with me quietly. You're going to tell me everything about the chamber. And in exchange, I'll make sure your friends don't suffer for your crimes. And if I refuse, then Mr. Weasley gets arrested for aiding and abetting. Miss Granger too. Their families investigated for dark magic sympathies. He smiled. The Weasleys are already poor. Imagine what happens when no one will hire Arthur. Imagine what happens when Granger's Muggle parents get a visit from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry felt cold. This wasn't just about him anymore. Blackwood was threatening everyone he cared about. You're bluffing. Try me. Mr. Blackwood. Dumbledore's voice cut through their quiet exchange. I believe it's time for you to leave. I have a warrant. A warrant that requires verification, which will take time. Dumbledore moved to stand beside Harry, and Harry felt the old wizard's power brush against him. Immense, controlled, dangerous. Harry will remain at Hogwarts pending a proper legal review. If you attempt to remove him by force, I will consider it an attack on my school. The two men stared at each other. Magic crackled in the air between them, invisible but palpable. This isn't over, Blackwood said finally. It never is. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. Good day, Mr. Blackwood. The unspeakable turned and walked out, his Aurors following. The great hall remained silent until the doors closed behind them. Then chaos. Dumbledore's office was crowded. Harry sat in the center, surrounded by McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, Sprout, and Dumbledore himself. The heads of house had been summoned for an emergency meeting, and Harry was the subject. The boy needs to explain himself, Snape said, his voice silky with restrained malice. Blackwood's accusations are specific. Blood magic, dark artifacts, ancient evils. Where there's smoke, there's often nothing but smoke, McGonagall interrupted. Harry has done nothing wrong that I've seen. That you've seen. The operative word being, enough. Dumbledore raised a hand. Harry, I think it's time you told us everything. Harry looked around the room. These were the people responsible for his safety. The people who were supposed to protect students like him. But they were also the people who'd let Quirrell possess his defense teacher, who'd allowed a basilisk to petrify students, who'd done nothing about the threat lurking beneath their school for 1,000 years. Could he trust them? Did he have a choice? The Chamber of Secrets has a second level, he said, hidden beneath the first. I found it after I killed the basilisk. He told them about the portraits, the focusing stone, the bond he'd created. He told them about the primordial, what it was, what the founders had done, what he'd done to contain it. He didn't tell them about Helena. Not specifically. Not about the manifestation magic or the mirror of souls or what she was becoming. Some secrets he needed to keep. When he finished, the room was silent. Remarkable, Flitwick said finally. The magical theory alone, preserving souls in portraits, binding an entity to a nexus. Slytherin was a genius. He was a monster, Sprout said flatly, trapping those women against their will. Both can be true. Dumbledore's expression was grave. Harry, why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Because I didn't know who to trust. Harry met the headmaster's eyes. The Ministry has been hunting for power since before I was born. Blackwood wants to exploit what's down there. And I've seen how adults handle things they don't understand. They destroy what they can't control. You think I would destroy those portraits? I think you do what you thought was right. And I wasn't sure your right matched mine. Another silence. McGonagall looked troubled. Snape looked contemptuous. The others were harder to read. The boy has a point, Snape said unexpectedly. The Ministry's handling of dark artifacts has been indiscriminate. Those portraits represent 1,000 years of magical knowledge. Destroying them would be a tragedy. Severus. McGonagall sounded shocked. I'm not defending the boy's deception, but I understand his reasoning. Snape's expression was complex. Those portraits include some of the greatest magical minds in history. If they can be preserved safely, they can be, Harry said. The binding ritual will stabilize the chamber. But I need blood from all 4 founder lineages to complete it. And Blackwood has the Hufflepuff blood, Dumbledore said. Which is why he's such a problem. Can't we find another descendant? Sprout asked. Surely someone else. The line is scattered. It would take months to trace and verify. Harry shook his head. We don't have that kind of time. Then we'll make time. Dumbledore stood, moving to his window. I'll handle Blackwood. Slow him down, tie him up in legal procedures, give you room to work. But Harry, he turned back, his expression serious. You must promise me something. What? No more secrets. Not about this. If the situation changes, if new threats emerge, you come to me immediately. He held Harry's gaze. I can't protect you if I don't know what I'm protecting you from. Harry thought about Helena. About the magic they were developing together. About everything he still hadn't told. I promise, he said. It wasn't entirely a lie. He'd come to Dumbledore about the important things. But some things were too personal to share. Some secrets belonged only to him. That night, Harry returned to the chamber. Helena was waiting, her portrait glowing with barely contained excitement. I heard everything through the bond. Dumbledore knows. Most of it. But not about us. Not about us. Harry moved closer to her frame. Helena, I've been thinking. About what you said. About becoming permanent. Yes. If we're going to try it, we should do it soon. Before Blackwood comes back. Before something else goes wrong. He took a breath. I want you to be free, Helena. Really free. Whatever that takes. Her painted eyes shimmered. Harry. Don't thank me yet. We don't even know if it'll work. It doesn't matter. The fact that you're willing to try. She pressed her hand against the canvas. I've spent 1,000 years being someone's possession. First my mother's burden. Then the Baron's obsession. Then Salazar's trophy. No one's ever asked what I wanted. What do you want? To choose. To live or not live on my own terms. To be Helena Ravenclaw, not just a of her. She smiled, and even in paint it was beautiful. To stand beside you in the real world. To feel the wind again. Then we'll make it happen. Harry reached toward her frame, and their magic touched. His living power and her preserved essence, intertwining through the bond they'd created. He could feel her so clearly now, could sense her hopes and fears and dreams. She was more real to him than most of the living people he knew. The ritual, she said, will need the focusing stone, and power, more than either of us has. Isadora said she has her father's memories now. Maybe she knows something that could help. Maybe. Helena's expression flickered. Be careful with her, Harry. The primordial changed her. She's not what she was. Neither are you. That's different. Is it? Helena didn't answer, but her unease flickered through the bond, and Harry filed it away. Another problem to watch, another complication to manage. Tomorrow, he said. We'll talk to Isadora tomorrow. Figure out our next steps. And tonight. Tonight, I rest. He managed a tired smile. Even heroes need sleep. You're not a hero, Harry Potter. Helena's voice was warm. You're something better. You're a friend. The word settled into Harry's chest like a warm coal. Friend. After a lifetime of being alone, he finally understood what that meant. Get some sleep, Helena said. I'll watch over you. Harry nodded and turned to leave. But something made him pause at the entrance. Helena? Yes. When you're real again, when you're standing in the world instead of looking at it through paint. I want to show you things. The Quidditch pitch. The Black Lake. The Forbidden Forest in autumn. He smiled. Everything you've missed. I'd like that. Her voice was thick. I'd like that very much. Harry walked out of the chamber, and for the first time in weeks, he felt something like hope. The hope lasted approximately 8 hours. Harry woke to screaming. Not in his head, real screaming, from somewhere in the castle. He threw on his glasses and ran toward the sound, wand already in his hand. The Gryffindor common room was chaos. Students crowded around the notice board, pointing and shouting. Harry pushed through until he could see what they were looking at. Another message, burned into the wall. The heir's time is ending. The chamber will be opened. The unworthy will be purged. It wasn't me, Harry said automatically, but no one was listening. They were all staring at him now, fear and suspicion on their faces. Everyone saw you come in last night, Seamus Finnegan said accusingly. You were in the common room when the rest of us went to bed. I didn't do this. Then who did? Dean Thomas gestured at the message. Who else can open the Chamber of Secrets? Harry didn't have an answer. The message was in a different hand than the first one. Not the primordial's work, he didn't think. Something else. Someone else. Helena. The message. I see it through your eyes. Her voice was tense. This isn't from the chamber. The magic signature is wrong. Then who? I don't know. But whoever it is, they know about you. About us. McGonagall arrived, still in her nightdress, and immediately took charge. Everyone back to your dormitories. Potter with me. Professor, I didn't. I know. Move. She led him through the castle, past clusters of frightened students and confused teachers, until they reached Dumbledore's office. The headmaster was already awake, already dressed, looking at Harry with an expression that combined concern and calculation. Another message, Dumbledore said. The same as before? Different handwriting, different source. Harry's mind was racing. Someone's trying to frame me again. So it would seem. But who? Blackwood? Unlikely. This doesn't match his methods. Dumbledore studied the magical trace on Harry's robes, residual energy from the message, apparently. This magic is old, ancient even, and it carries a signature I haven't seen in decades. What signature? Dumbledore didn't answer immediately. His expression had grown troubled. Harry, I need to ask you about one of those portraits. The one called Isadora. Harry felt his stomach drop. What about her? She's Salazar Slytherin's daughter, which means she inherited certain abilities, including the ability to cast magic through connections to her father's works. The chamber is her father's work. Yes, and if she's found a way to project magic through it, if she's the one writing these messages, that doesn't make sense. Why would she frame me? I'm helping her. Are you? Dumbledore's gaze was penetrating. Harry, you told me the primordial left something behind in Isadora. Memories. Knowledge. What if it left more than that? What if part of itself is still inside her? Harry thought about Isadora's strange behavior since waking up. Her new knowledge. Her unsettling smile. The way the other portraits treated her with fear. She wouldn't betray us, he said, but his voice lacked conviction. She might not have a choice. Dumbledore sighed. We're dealing with forces older than Hogwarts, Harry. The primordial has been manipulating people for millennia. If Isadora is compromised, then everything I've been working for is in danger. Yes. Harry closed his eyes. Just when he thought things were under control, another complication. Another threat. I'll talk to her, he said. Find out what's going on. Be careful. If she's truly under the primordial's influence, she'll try to manipulate you. I know. Harry opened his eyes, meeting Dumbledore's gaze. But I can't abandon her. Not without proof. That loyalty does you CR. Dumbledore's expression softened. But remember, sometimes the hardest choices are between people we care about. You may have to choose who to save and who to sacrifice. I know, Harry said again. He just hoped it wouldn't come to that. Isadora's portrait was dark when Harry entered the chamber. Not empty. He could sense her presence through the bond, but deliberately obscured, like she was hiding behind shadows. Isadora. No response. I know you're there. I can feel you. Silence. Then, slowly, the portrait brightened. Isadora appeared, her expression unreadable. You've come to accuse me. I've come to ask what's going on. Harry kept his voice level. There are messages appearing in the castle. Messages about the chamber. Dumbledore thinks you're responsible. Dumbledore. Isadora's voice was flat. The great manipulator. The man who let my father's creature fester beneath his school for 50 years. He wants someone to blame, and I'm convenient. Are you saying you didn't do it? I'm saying I don't remember doing it. Isadora's expression flickered, pain or something like it. Harry, the primordial didn't just leave memories in my head. It left pieces of itself. Splinters. Sometimes they take over. Sometimes I do things I don't remember. That's not reassuring. It's not meant to be. She moved to the front of her frame. I'm dangerous, Harry. I know that. But I'm also your best chance at completing the binding ritual. The knowledge my father left me, no one else has it. So what do I do? Trust you and hope you don't betray me in your sleep. I wouldn't blame you if you didn't trust me. I'm not sure I trust myself. Isadora's voice dropped. But I want this to work, Harry. I want the chamber stable. I want that creature truly bound. I've been its puppet twice now. Once when my father trapped me here, once when it used me to attack you. I'm tired of being controlled. Harry studied her through the bond. He could feel her emotions. Genuine frustration, genuine fear, genuine hope. But underneath something else. Something darker, carefully contained. The primordial splinters, lurking in her soul. I'll give you a chance, he said finally. One chance. But if you do anything, that puts my friends at risk. You'll destroy me. I understand. Isadora's smile was bitter. It's no more than I deserve. That's not what I said. It's what you meant. Maybe it was. Harry wasn't sure anymore. Tell me about the binding ritual, he said. Everything you know. And maybe we can figure out how to make this work. Isadora talked for hours. The ritual was more complex than Harry had realized. For bloodlines, yes, but each blood had to be prepared differently. Slytherin's blood required aging in darkness. Gryffindors needed exposure to fire. Ravenclaws had to be mixed with tears. And Hufflepuffs needed to be given willingly, freely, without coercion or manipulation. That's why Blackwood's blood won't work if you take it by force, Isadora explained. Hufflepuff was all about loyalty and fairness. Her magic only responds to willing sacrifice. So I can't just steal his blood. You could try, but the ritual would fail, and the backlash would probably kill you. Harry felt a wave of frustration. Every time he thought he had a solution, another obstacle appeared. There has to be another way. There might be. Isadora hesitated. My father left notes about alternative methods. Ways to satisfy the ritual's requirements without the original bloodlines. What kind of alternatives? Sympathetic magic. If you can't get blood from a direct descendant, you might be able to use blood from someone who embodies the founder's values. Isadora's expression grew thoughtful. Hufflepuff valued hard work, loyalty, fair play. If you found someone who perfectly represented those qualities, someone willing to give their blood freely for a just cause, it might work. Harry thought about the people he knew. Who embodied Hufflepuff's values? Who would willingly sacrifice for strangers without expecting anything in return? Hermione, Helena suggested through the bond. She's worked harder than anyone you know. And she's loyal. She came into the chamber for you. But she's not a Hufflepuff. The ritual doesn't care about houses. Cares about essence. That was an interesting thought. Harry filed it away for later. What about Ravenclaw's blood? He asked. Helena is literally her daughter. Does that work? It should, if she can manifest stably. The ritual requires physical blood, not just magical essence. Isadora's voice grew cautious. But there's a complication. Of course there is. Helena's manifestation magic is still unstable. If she tries to donate blood while corporeal and the manifestation fails midway through, she dies. She ceases to exist, which for her might be the same thing. Harry felt cold. He'd been so focused on making Helena real that he hadn't considered what could go wrong. What would happen if the magic failed at a critical moment? There has to be a way to stabilize her. There is. The same way you stabilized the chamber. Isadora met his eyes. Blood on the focusing stone. Her blood, binding her to the chamber's power permanently. But that requires her to be manifested first. Yes, there's a risk either way. Manifest to give blood for the binding ritual, or manifest to bond herself to the chamber. Either could destroy her if something goes wrong. Harry wanted to hit something. Every path forward led through danger. Every choice risked someone he cared about. I need to think, he said. Take your time. But not too much. Isadora glanced toward the ceiling, toward the castle above. Blackwood won't wait forever. And the splinters in my head won't stay quiet forever either. Harry nodded and turned to leave. But Isadora's voice stopped him. Harry. He looked back. Thank you for giving me a chance. Her expression was almost vulnerable. I know I don't deserve it. Everyone deserves a chance, Harry said. That's kind of the point. He walked out of the chamber, his mind full of impossible choices and dangerous possibilities. Somewhere above, Blackwood was planning. Somewhere below, the primordial was sleeping. And somewhere in between, Harry had to find a way to save everyone. No pressure. Chapter 5. The unspeakable war. Harry was eating breakfast when the attack began. No warning. No build-up. Just the great hall doors exploding inward, stone and wood shrapnel scattering across the tables, and Cornelius Blackwood striding through the smoke with an army at his back. Not Aurors this time. Unspeakables. At least 24 of them. Faces hidden behind silver masks, wands already casting. Shields went up around the head table. Students screamed. Someone knocked over the Gryffindor table entirely, sending plates and goblets crashing. Harry Potter. Blackwood's voice cut through the chaos, magically amplified. You're under arrest. Resist and your friends die. Harry was on his feet before he finished processing the words. Ron and Hermione flanked him, wands drawn, faces pale but determined. He can't do this, Hermione whispered. This is illegal, attacking a school. He's doing it anyway. Dumbledore rose from the head table, and the magic in the room shifted. Harry felt it like pressure against his skin. The headmaster's power, vast and controlled, pushing back against the invaders. Mr. Blackwood. Dumbledore's voice was quiet but carried perfectly. You've made a serious mistake. Have I? Blackwood smiled. Minister Fudge has declared Hogwarts a site of dark magical contamination. Emergency powers have been invoked. I have full authority to secure this location by any means necessary. Fudge doesn't have the authority to. He does now. As of 6 this morning, the Wisengamot passed emergency legislation. Blackwood's smile widened. Your political allies couldn't move fast enough, Dumbledore. Lucius Malfoy sends his regards. Harry felt sick. This had been planned, carefully, methodically, with Malfoy's money and influence greasing every wheel. They'd been outmaneuvered before they even knew there was a game. The boy comes with us, Blackwood continued. Willingly or not, the chamber beneath the school will be secured. And anyone who interferes. He gestured, and his unspeakables raised their wands. Will be dealt with. You'll have to go through me. McGonagall stepped forward, her wand steady despite her nightclothes. And through every teacher in this school. If necessary. The standoff stretched. Harry counted the unspeakables, 26, plus Blackwood. Against maybe a dozen teachers and a handful of older students who looked ready to fight. The math wasn't good. Harry. Helena's voice urgent through the bond. The chamber is being attacked. Someone's trying to breach the outer wards. What? How? I don't know. But there are ministry wizards in the pipes. They must have found another entrance. Harry's blood went cold. This wasn't just about him. While Blackwood kept everyone distracted in the Great Hall, his people were going after the real prize. I'll go with you, he said. Harry, no. Hermione grabbed his arm. If I don't, people get hurt. He kept his voice low. And they're already in the chamber. If I'm not there to stop them, then let us help. You can't. Not this time. He looked at Ron, at Hermione, at the faces of friends who'd followed him into danger over and over. I need you here. Keep Blackwood busy. Give me time. Time for what? I don't know yet. Harry pulled free of Hermione's grip. Just trust me. He stepped forward, hands raised. I'll come quietly. Just leave the students alone. Blackwood's expression flickered. Surprise, maybe, or suspicion. A wise choice, Mr. Potter. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was sharp. Don't do this. I have to, Professor. Harry met the old wizard's eyes. Trust me, please. Something passed between them, understanding, maybe, or at least acceptance. Be careful, Dumbledore said quietly. Always. Harry walked toward Blackwood, and the unspeakables closed around him like a silver mask tide. They didn't take him to the ministry. They took him down. Through corridors Harry had never seen. Through passages that shouldn't exist. Deep into the castle's foundations. The unspeakables moved with practiced efficiency, and Harry realized they'd been mapping Hogwarts for years. Decades, maybe. Waiting for this moment. You've been planning this a long time, he said. Generations. Blackwood walked beside him, that cold smile firmly in place. My family has sought Slytherin's secrets since before I was born. When I joined the Department of Mysteries, I finally had the resources to find them. And Malfoy? What does he get out of this? Power. Influence. The usual. Blackwood shrugged. Lucius doesn't care about the chamber itself. He just wants you discred. Wants Dumbledore weakened. The rest is incidental. The portraits aren't incidental. They're people. They're artifacts. Valuable artifacts, certainly, but artifacts nonetheless. Blackwood's voice hardened. You've been playing with forces you don't understand, Potter. Those people have been manipulating you since you found them. Everything you've done, the blood magic, the bonding ritual, the power you've accumulated, it's all been according to their design. That's not true, isn't it? They stopped before a door Harry recognized, the entrance to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, from the inside. They needed an heir to stabilize the chamber. Someone young enough to mold, powerful enough to matter. You were perfect. Harry wanted to argue, but doubt gnawed at him. Had the portraits been manipulating him? Had Morgana planned all of this from the beginning? No. Helena's voice, fierce through the bond. Whatever Morgana planned, I never did. What we have is real, Harry. Don't let him make you doubt that. I don't doubt you. Then trust yourself. You know what's right. Harry took a breath and centered himself. Whatever the truth was, he could figure it out later. Right now, he had to survive. Open it, Blackwood ordered. No, that wasn't a request. I know. Harry turned to face him. But here's the thing, Blackwood. You need me. The chamber only responds to an heir. If you kill me, you lose your only access. We don't need to kill you. There are other methods of persuasion. Try them. Harry's voice was steady. Every minute you waste on me is a minute you're not securing the chamber. And trust me, what's down there doesn't like uninvited guests. As if on cue, a scream echoed from somewhere below. Then another. The unspeakables glanced at each other nervously. Your advance team just met the chamber's defenses, Harry said. How many did you send? A dozen? They're probably all dead by now. You're bluffing. Am I? Harry smiled, and it wasn't a nice smile. The chamber has been protecting itself for 1,000 years. Did you really think a few ministry wizards could breach it without consequences? Another scream, cut off abruptly. Blackwood's expression tightened. Open the entrance, he said. Now, or I start hurting your friends. My friends aren't here. They're in the Great Hall, surrounded by my people. Blackwood pulled out a small mirror. One word from me, and the Weasley boy loses a hand. Another word, and the Granger girl loses an eye. Harry's stomach dropped. He'd been so focused on the chamber that he'd forgotten. Ron and Hermione were still in danger. He's bluffing, Helena said. Dumbledore won't let. I can't take that risk. Harry spoke the Parseltongue command. The sink slid aside, revealing the pipe entrance. Smart boy. Blackwood gestured to his remaining unspeakables. Secure the perimeter. I'm going down with Potter. Sir, the advance team is expendable. This isn't. Blackwood grabbed Harry's arm. Move. They descended together. The chamber was a war zone. Bodies littered the floor. Ministry wizards, struck down by traps Harry hadn't even known existed. Magical burns, curse damage, at least 2 who looked like they'd simply collapsed from terror. Whatever defenses Slytherin had built, they were effective. Impressive, Blackwood said, stepping over a corpse. Your ancestors were thorough. He's not my ancestor. Close enough. Blackwood surveyed the destruction with professional detachment. Where are the portraits? Further in. Through there. Harry pointed to Slytherin's statue, which stood with its mouth closed. But I'm warning you. Save it. Blackwood pulled Harry forward. Open the door. Harry considered refusing, but Helena's voice came through the bond. Do it. We're ready. He spoke the command. The statue's eyes opened. The wall slid apart, and Blackwood dragged him into the portrait chamber. The portraits were waiting, all of them, arranged around the circular room, watching with expressions that ranged from terrified to furious. Morgana was at the center, her frame burning with contained power. Helena stood at the front of her portrait, hands pressed against the canvas like she was trying to break through. Circe was laughing silently. Andromeda was calculating. And Isadora was gone. Her frame was empty. Where is she? Harry whispered. Interesting. Blackwood didn't seem concerned. So these are Slytherin's trophies. I expected them to be more impressive. We're impressed enough to destroy you, Morgana said, her voice filling the room. If you had any sense, you'd leave while you still can. I don't think so. Blackwood released Harry and stepped forward, studying the portraits like artifacts in a museum. Morgana Le Fay, Circe of AAA. Helena Ravenclaw. His smile widened. The accumulated knowledge of 3,000 years, trapped in canvas and paint. Do you have any idea how valuable you are? We're not for sale. Everything is for sale. The only question is price. Blackwood turned to Harry. Here's my offer, Mr. Potter. Give me control of the chamber, and I'll let you and your friends go. Refuse, and I'll find another way, one that involves significantly more suffering. You can't control the chamber without an heir. Can't I? Blackwood pulled something from his robes, a vial of dark liquid. Blood magic is your specialty, isn't it? Well, I've done some research of my own. This vial contains blood from a dozen Slytherin descendants, collected over generations. With the right ritual, I can force the chamber to recognize me as a legitimate heir. That's impossible, is it? Slytherin himself was obsessed with blood purity, with lineage, with magical inheritance. He built this place to respond to blood. What makes you think only one bloodline can command it? Harry felt the chamber's magic stir. Blackwood was right, the focusing stone responded to blood, and if enough Slytherin blood was concentrated in one place, don't. Harry's voice was urgent. You don't understand what you're doing. There's something else down here, something the founders imprisoned. If you destabilize the wards, the primordial. Blackwood's smile didn't waver. Yes, I know about that too. Ancient entity, vast power, sealed beneath the school for a millennium. He held up the vial. I'm not destabilizing anything, Potter. I'm taking control. He uncorked the vial and poured the blood onto the floor. The reaction was immediate. The focusing stone, visible through the passage behind the portraits, flared with dark light. Harry felt the chamber's magic writhe, confused by the competing claims on its loyalty. His blood versus Blackwood's stolen collection. Interesting, Blackwood murmured, watching the light show. It's fighting the transition. Your bond must be stronger than I thought. You need to stop this. Too late. Blackwood raised his wand. The process is already beginning. In a few minutes, the chamber will recognize me as its master, and you'll be nothing but an obstacle to remove. Harry reached for his magic, but it was sluggish, pulled toward the focusing stone's struggle. He couldn't cast, could barely think. The chamber was tearing itself apart, trying to serve two masters. Helena, I'm coming. Her portrait burst with light. Helena manifested in the center of the room, naked and glowing with power. But this wasn't like before. She wasn't drawing on Harry's magic. She was using her own, the reserves she'd been building since the Mirror of Souls. Get away from him, she said, and her voice echoed with something ancient and terrible. Blackwood spun, wand rising. What? Helena gestured, and the unspeakable flew backward, slamming into the wall with enough force to crack the stone. His wand skittered across the floor. You think you can control this place? Helena advanced on him, and the portraits blazed behind her. Morgana, Circe, Andromeda, all of them channeling power through their newest sister. You think your stolen blood gives you rights? We've been here for 1,000 years. We are this chamber. You're nothing but... I am Helena Ravenclaw, daughter of Rowena, keeper of secrets, and you are trespassing. She raised her hand, and fire bloomed between her fingers. Blue-white, cold, the flames of the focusing stone itself. Blackwood screamed and tried to crawl away, but there was nowhere to go. Helena, stop! Harry grabbed her arm. Don't kill him. Why not? He deserves death. Because that's not who you are. That's not who we are. Harry pulled her around to face him. We're better than this, Helena. We have to be better than this. The fire died. Helena stared at him, her eyes slowly returning to normal. Dark and human and full of emotions he could feel through their bond. He tried to take everything from us, she whispered. I know, but killing him makes us monsters, and I won't let this place turn us into monsters. Helena lowered her hand. The power faded, and suddenly she was just a woman. Tired, scared, standing naked in a room full of enemies and friends. I'm sorry, she said. I lost control. It's okay. Harry pulled off his robe and wrapped it around her shoulders. It's okay. Behind them, the focusing stone's light began to stabilize. Harry's bond reasserted itself, pushing back against Blackwood's stolen blood. The chamber had made its choice. It's over, Harry said, turning to the fallen unspeakable. Your blood wasn't strong enough. The chamber recognized me. Blackwood laughed. A broken, bitter sound. You think this is over? I have 50 wizards surrounding this school. I have the minister's authorization. I have nothing. A new voice, cold and calm. You have nothing, Cornelius. Isadora stepped out of the shadows. She looked different. Solid, somehow more real than any portrait should be. And her eyes were wrong. Too old. Too knowing. You failed, Isadora continued, approaching Blackwood with measured steps. Your blood couldn't claim the chamber. Your forces couldn't breach the defenses. And now, she smiled, and it was terrible. Now I'm going to make sure you never threaten us again. Isadora, wait. Harry stepped forward. What are you doing? What needs to be done? She didn't look at him. This man represents everything wrong with the wizarding world. Greed, ambition, the willingness to destroy others for power. If he lives, he'll try again, and again, until he succeeds or we're all dead. We can't just murder him. Watch me. Isadora raised her hand, and darkness gathered around her fingers. Not fire, something else. Something that made Harry's soul recoil. The primordial, he breathed. You're using its power. I'm using what I have to. Her voice was flat. It left pieces of itself in me, Harry. Pieces I can't remove. I might as well make use of them. If you do this, I become a monster. I know. She finally looked at him, and there was something broken in her eyes. But some of us were made monsters long ago. My father saw to that. The darkness surged forward. Harry moved without thinking. He threw himself between Isadora and Blackwood, arms spread, magic flaring despite his exhaustion. The darkness hit him instead. Pain. Unimaginable pain. The primordial's essence filtered through Isadora, trying to tear his soul apart. Harry. Helena's scream through the bond. Don't interfere. He couldn't stop it. Couldn't redirect it. But he could contain it. Draw the darkness into himself. Let it burn through his body instead of Blackwood's. Isadora's eyes widened. What are you doing? Being stupid, Harry gasped. Apparently, the darkness flooded into him, and Harry felt his mind fracturing. Memories that weren't his, the primordial's memories, ancient and vast and terrible. He saw the world before wizards, before humans, before anything. He saw the creature's imprisonment, its rage, its hunger. And he saw Isadora. Not the woman who'd been trapped in a portrait, but the girl she'd been before. Salazar's daughter, bright and curious and desperate for her father's love. He saw her begging him not to trap her. Saw him doing it anyway. Saw her screaming in a painted prison while her father smiled and told her it was for her own good. The darkness receded. Harry collapsed, catching himself on his hands and knees. His whole body was shaking. But he was alive. Somehow, impossibly, he was alive. You! Isadora stared at him. You absorbed it. All of it. Had to. Harry forced himself to look at her. Isadora, I saw what he did to you. Your father. I saw everything. Her expression cracked. Then you know why I have to. I know why you want to. But killing Blackwood won't change the past. It won't undo what Salazar did. He reached toward her. You don't have to be what they made you. None of us do. Tears ran down Isadora's manifested face. I don't know how to be anything else. Then we'll figure it out. Together. She looked at his hand for a long moment. Then slowly she took it. The darkness inside Harry shifted. Not gone, but contained. Accepting. Like the primordial splinters recognized something in Isadora's surrender. Well, Morgana said, her voice rough. That was unexpected. Is it over? Helena knelt beside Harry, her hands checking him for injuries. Are you all right? I'm fantastic. Harry tried to smile and mostly failed. Just absorbed a fragment of an ancient evil. Totally normal Tuesday. It's Thursday. Whatever. Behind them, Blackwood groaned. Harry had almost forgotten about him. We need to deal with this, Circe said. The ministry forces are still outside. If they find out what happened, they won't. Harry forced himself to stand, swaying slightly. Because we're going to give them exactly what they want. Which is a victory. He looked at Blackwood's fallen form. One that doesn't include any of us. The next hour was carefully organized chaos. Harry used the bond to communicate with Morgana, developing a plan that was equal parts deception and truth. The portraits would hide. Their frames moved to a deeper vault, protected by wards Harry strengthened with his blood. The main chamber would be cleansed of dark influence, with enough theatrical evidence to satisfy ministry inspectors. And Blackwood would wake up believing he'd succeeded. Memory modification, Morgana explained to the others. We alter his recollections of tonight. He'll remember breaching the chamber, finding it empty, destroying whatever dark artifacts remained. A complete victory. He'll still be a threat, Helena argued. He knows about us. He knows about portraits. Valuable historical artifacts, yes, but not living beings. That's what he'll remember. Morgana's smile was cold. Cornelius Blackwood will be a hero. He'll get promotions, accolades, the satisfaction of a job well done. And he'll never look for us again, because he'll be convinced we're already gone. It was manipulative. It was cruel in its way. But it was also their best chance at survival. Do it, Harry said. Morgana began the spell. Her power flowed through the bond, using Harry as an anchor, reshaping Blackwood's memories with surgical precision. The process took nearly an hour, and when it was done, the unspeakable lay unconscious with a satisfied smile on his face. He'll wake in a few hours, Morgana said, convinced of his triumph. And the ministry forces outside? Will find exactly what they expect. An empty chamber, a defeated dark wizard, you unfortunately, and evidence that the threat has been neutralized. Harry didn't like the idea of being a defeated dark wizard, but he understood the necessity. The ministry needed a narrative. They needed to believe they'd won. What about me? You'll be questioned, cleared of wrongdoing eventually. It'll be unpleasant, but survivable. Morgana's expression softened slightly. You've done well, Harry Potter. Better than we had any right to expect. I didn't do it alone. No, you didn't. She glanced at Helena, who was still hovering protectively near Harry. Some bonds are stronger than others. Helena took Harry's hand. Now what? Now we finish what we started. Harry looked toward the passage to the focusing room. The binding ritual. We do it tonight, while everything's still in flux. We don't have the Hufflepuff blood. We have something better. Harry turned to face the remaining portraits. Hermione. She's been loyal, hardworking, fair-minded. Everything Hufflepuff valued. If we can get her down here. The ministry forces, Cersei interrupted. They're still surrounding the school. Not all of them. Harry felt through the bond, touching the chamber's outer wards. Blackwood pulled most of his people back when his advance team got slaughtered. There are gaps in the perimeter. Big enough to get your friends through? Maybe, if they're willing to try. Helena. Harry turned to his bond partner. Can you reach Ron and Hermione? Through me? I can try. She closed her eyes, and Harry felt their connection deepen. Two minds becoming almost one, their magic intertwining. Through that enhanced bond, he sensed the castle above, the great hall, the distinctive magical signatures of his two best friends. Ron. Hermione. Can you hear me? A pause. Then, faintly, Harry? Is that you? Sort of. It's complicated. Listen, I need you in the chamber. Now, can you get past the ministry people? They're distracted. Blackwood's been gone for hours and they're getting nervous. That was Hermione's mental voice, clearer than Ron's. Where are you? Beneath the school. Take the bathroom entrance. I'll keep the way open. Harry, what's going on? I'll explain when you get here. Just hurry. The connection faded, and Harry opened his eyes. Helena was looking at him with a mixture of wonder and exhaustion. That was intense, she said. You felt it too? Every word. She smiled weakly. We're getting good at this. Too good, maybe. Harry squeezed her hand. But we can worry about that later. Right now, ritual, blood, ancient evil. Helena nodded. Let's finish this. Ron and Hermione arrived 20 minutes later, breathless and covered in pipe residue. That was disgusting, Ron announced. Absolutely disgusting. Why couldn't Slytherin have built stairs? Dramatic effect. Harry hugged them both, relief flooding through him. Thank you for coming. Like we had a choice? Hermione was already looking around, taking in the portraits with academic fascination. Is that really Cersei? And Morgana Le Fay? And, later, Harry pulled her toward the focusing room. We don't have much time. He explained the ritual as they walked, the four bloodlines, the alternative of sympathetic representation, the role Hermione could play if she agreed. So my blood substitutes for Hufflepuffs? Hermione looked uncertain. Because I'm hardworking? Because you embody her values. Loyalty, fairness, dedication. Harry stopped at the entrance to the focusing room. I know it's a lot to ask. It's fine. Hermione's expression firmed. If this is what it takes to protect everyone, I'll do it. Are you sure? Blood magic isn't. Harry. She put a hand on his arm. I've been researching blood magic since you told me about the chamber. I know the risks. I know the implications. And I'm choosing to do this anyway. He could have kissed her. He didn't because Helena was right there and also because it would have been weird, but the impulse was real. Thank you, he said instead. Save it for when this actually works. They entered the focusing room together. The ritual required preparation. Harry's blood was already bound to the focusing stone, but it needed to be refreshed, reoffered with full awareness of what it represented. He cut his palm and let the blood drip onto the dark surface, feeling the chamber's magic surge in recognition. For Gryffindor, they'd identified Neville Longbottom as a potential descendant. But Neville wasn't here, and there wasn't time to bring him. Instead, Harry used himself again, his courage, his willingness to face danger, his determination to protect others. The ritual accepted it barely. Ravenclaw's blood came from Helena. She manifested with effort, her form flickering but stable, and opened a vein in her wrist. The blood that dripped out was real, crimson and warm and unmistakably alive. She'd become something new, something neither portrait nor person, something unprecedented. It's working, Morgana said, watching through the bond. The stone is accepting her. How does it feel? Harry asked Helena. Strange. Like I'm becoming real. Actually real. She smiled through the pain. Worth it. And finally, Hufflepuff. Hermione stepped forward, knife in hand, and looked at the focusing stone with a mixture of determination and fear. Just a few drops, Harry said. Think about what Hufflepuff represented. Loyalty, hard work, fair play. Let the magic feel your connection to those values. Hermione nodded and cut her palm. Blood dripped onto the stone, and the chamber exploded with light. The ritual took hold like nothing Harry had ever experienced. For bloodlines, real or represented, binding together around the focusing stone. The ancient magic recognizing what was being offered and accepting it. The wards strengthening, layer after layer, reinforcing the prison that held the primordial beneath the earth. Through the bond, Harry felt the creature stir. Not waking but aware, knowing that it was being confined more thoroughly than ever before. This changes nothing, it whispered. I am eternal. You are brief. Maybe Harry thought back. But we're brief together. And right now, that's enough. The light intensified. Harry felt the magic reshaping itself, incorporating him and Helena and Hermione, and even the fragments of Blackwood's stolen blood. Everything Slytherin had built, every trap and ward and safeguard, clicking into place like pieces of an impossibly complex puzzle. When it was over, the focusing stone was dark. Not dead, Harry could still feel its power humming beneath the surface. But contained now, stable. The chamber's magic was no longer a ticking time bomb. It was a fortress. Did it work? Ron asked from the doorway. It worked. Harry slumped against the wall, exhausted beyond words. It's done. The primordial? Bound. Not destroyed, but bound. Harry looked at Helena, who was still manifested, still real. We did it. She smiled and kissed him. It wasn't a long kiss or a particularly dramatic one. Just her lips against his, warm and alive and full of gratitude. But it meant everything. Thank you, she murmured against his mouth, for saving us. Thank you for being worth saving. Gross, Ron said. Can we get out of here now? Hermione elbowed him, but she was smiling too. They all were. Despite everything, the attack, the chaos, the desperate ritual, they'd won. For the first time since Harry had found this place, they'd actually won. Come on, Harry said, pulling himself upright. Let's go face the music. The aftermath was complicated. Blackwood woke up believing he'd triumphed. He reported to the Ministry that Slytherin's chamber had been neutralized, the dark artifacts destroyed, the threat eliminated. He was promoted twice within the month. Harry was questioned extensively, first by Ministry officials, then by Dumbledore, then by a special committee assembled to investigate the Hogwarts incident. He told them most of the truth. There had been dangerous magic beneath the school. He'd helped contain it. The threat was over. He left out the portraits, the primordial, the blood rituals. They'll never believe the full story, Dumbledore said during one of their private conversations. And perhaps that's for the best. Some truths are too heavy for the world to carry. What about the chamber? It stays. The Ministry thinks it's been cleansed, and there's no reason to disabuse them of that notion. Dumbledore's expression was thoughtful. You've done something remarkable, Harry. Created a sanctuary beneath this school. A place of preservation and possibility. It wasn't just me. No, but you were the catalyst. He smiled. I think Salazar would be rather annoyed, actually. All his careful work, designed to maintain pure blood supremacy, and it ends up protecting his prisoners instead. Harry liked that thought. The rest of the term passed in relative peace. Exams came and went. Students gossiped about the Ministry raid and the dark magic that had supposedly been found. Harry deflected questions with practiced ease, neither confirming nor denying anything. His nights were spent in the chamber. The portraits were thriving. With the binding complete and the magic stable, they had more energy, more independence, more life. Morgana was plotting something. She was always plotting something, but it felt more like long-term scheming than immediate threat. Cersei had resumed teaching Harry combat magic, her lessons sharper and more focused than before. Andromeda was working on a project involving the focusing stone's newly stabilized power. And Isadora was healing. The primordial splinters were still inside her, but contained now, bound by the same magic that bound the creature itself. She was learning to live with them, to use them without being consumed. It was a slow process, full of setbacks, but she was trying. Thank you, she told Harry one night, for believing I could be better. Everyone deserves the chance. Not everyone takes it. Her smile was small but genuine. I'm going to try, Harry. That's all I can promise. That's enough. Helena's transformation continued. She could manifest for hours now, days if she was careful. Her form was solid, real, capable of touching and tasting and feeling everything she'd missed for 1,000 years. The Mirror of Souls had done more than share their magic. It had begun the process of making her human again. But I'm not human, she said one evening, lying beside Harry on a conjured bed in the chamber's depths. Not really. I'm something new. Does that bother you? Sometimes. She turned to face him, her dark eyes full of complexity. But then I remember what I was before. Painting. A memory. And this. She gestured at her body, at the warmth of his skin against hers. This is so much more. We'll figure out what you are together. Together. She smiled. I like that word. I know. You've mentioned. She kissed him again, and for a while they didn't talk at all. The last day of term arrived too quickly. Harry stood in the entrance hall, trunk packed, watching students stream toward the Hogwarts Express. Ron and Hermione were beside him, ready for another summer of letters and waiting. Going to be weird, Ron said. After everything, going back to normal life. Is there such a thing? Hermione asked. Probably not. Harry smiled. But we can pretend. Harry. Helena's voice through the bond, warm and close. Come back soon. I'll miss you. I'll miss you too. But I'll be back before you know it. Promise? Promise. The bond hummed with shared affection, with connection that transcended distance. Whatever they were becoming it together. Ready? Hermione asked. Harry looked back at the castle one last time. His home, his sanctuary, his responsibility. Ready, he said. They walked toward the train, and Harry felt, for the first time in a long time, like he was actually looking forward to what came next. The chamber would wait. The portraits would thrive. And somewhere beneath Hogwarts, an ancient evil slumbered more deeply than it had in 1,000 years. Not the end. Just the beginning of a new chapter. But beneath the earth, in depths even the primordial didn't reach, something else stirred. Something that had been watching, learning, waiting. The binding ritual had sent ripples through the magical world. Power like that didn't go unnoticed. And some things were drawn to power the way moths were drawn to flame. In a chamber beneath a chamber, in darkness that had never known light, something opened eyes that hadn't opened in 10,000 years. And it smiled. Chapter 6. What we leave behind. Harry felt it 3 days into summer break. He was lying in his cupboard. Not the one under the stairs. The Dursleys had given him Dudley's second bedroom after the Weasleys' flying car incident last year. But he still thought of small dark spaces as his cupboard, when the bond screamed. Not Helena. Not any of the portraits he knew. Something deeper. Something vast and wrong and impossibly old. He sat up so fast he cracked his head on the low ceiling. Helena? I felt it too. Her voice was tight with fear. Harry, something's happening in the chamber. Something bad. What kind of something? I don't know. The focusing stone is going dark. Not failing, being overshadowed. Like something's blocking its light. Harry was already throwing on clothes. The Dursleys were asleep, it was past midnight. But that didn't matter. He had to get back to Hogwarts. Now, can you reach Morgana? Trying. She's not responding. Pause, heavy with dread. None of them are responding. Harry, I can feel them through the bond, but it's like they're frozen. Paralyzed. Harry's blood went cold. The binding ritual was supposed to have fixed everything. The primordial was supposed to be contained. What could possibly? The memory hit him like a physical blow. The vision he'd absorbed from the primordial when he'd saved Blackwood. He'd seen something then, something he'd pushed aside in the chaos of the moment. A presence beneath the depths. A darkness that predated even the ancient entity they'd bound. Oh no! He grabbed his wand, threw open the window, and jumped. Getting to Hogwarts in the middle of the night, in the middle of summer, without access to any form of magical transportation, turned out to be extremely difficult. Harry ran to Mrs. Figg's house first. She was a squib, connected to Dumbledore's network, and she had a fireplace. But when he pounded on her door, there was no answer. The house was dark, the cat silent. Something was very wrong. Harry, hurry. Helena's voice was getting weaker. Whatever this is, it's spreading. I can feel it pressing against the chamber, trying to get in. I'm trying. He couldn't apparate, didn't know how, was too young anyway. The night bus might work, but he'd need to summon it, and he wasn't even sure it ran this late. His broomstick was locked in his trunk, which was locked in the Dursleys' cupboard under the stairs. Think, the bond. He could feel the chamber through the bond, could sense its location like a compass needle pointing north. What if he could do more than sense it? What if he could use the connection to travel? Helena, I have an idea. It's probably stupid. Your ideas usually are. Do it anyway. Harry closed his eyes and reached for the bond. Not just the connection to Helena, but deeper, to the focusing stone, to the chamber itself, to the magic that recognized him as heir. He'd bonded himself to that place with blood and soul. They were part of each other now. He pulled. The world twisted. Reality folded. For one terrifying moment, Harry existed nowhere at all, was nothing but intent and desperate need and the connection that tied him to his other home. Then he was standing in the portrait chamber, gasping for breath, every nerve on fire. That, Helena said weakly, was definitely stupid. Worked, though. He looked around, and his heart stopped. The portraits were frozen. Not gone. He could see them in their frames, could feel their presence through the bond, but utterly still. Morgana's face was locked in an expression of alarm. Circe's mouth was open mid-shout. Andromeda's hands were raised as if warding something off. Even Isadora, who'd been recovering so well, was frozen in a pose of absolute terror. And the chamber itself was wrong. The walls were darker than they should be. Not physically, the torches still burned, but somehow shadowed, like reality itself was dimming. The focusing stone pulsed with sickly light, green bleeding into black, and from the passage that led to the deepest vaults came a sound that made Harry want to run and never stop. Breathing. Something was breathing down there. Something enormous. Helena. Her portrait was the only one still moving. She pressed against the canvas, her form flickering, struggling to manifest. I can't. Her voice was strangled. Something's blocking me, draining the magic I need to. Then don't try. Save your strength. Harry drew his wand and faced the dark passage. What's down there? I don't know. None of us do. It's older than the primordial, Harry. Older than Slytherin. Older than... She shuddered. Older than anything. The breathing grew louder. Harry felt the floor vibrate with each exhale. The binding should be holding, he said. We reinforced everything. The binding only applies to what the founders imprisoned. This thing wasn't imprisoned. It wasn't even known about. Helena's eyes were wide with fear. Harry, it was sleeping beneath the primordial's prison. When we strengthened the wards, when we poured all that magic into the focusing stone, we woke it up. We woke it up. I'm so sorry. We didn't know. Not your fault. Harry's voice was steady, even though his hands were shaking. How do we stop it? I don't know if we can. The breathing changed. Became something that might have been speech, if speech could be made from the grinding of continents and the death of stars. Finally, Harry staggered. The word crashed through his mind like a tidal wave, drowning thought, drowning sense. He could feel the other presence now, not through the bond, but somehow beneath it. A consciousness so vast it made the primordial look like an insect. A visitor. How delightful. What are you? Harry forced the words out. I am what was before, what will be again. I am the darkness between stars and the silence before creation. A pause that somehow conveyed amusement. But you may call me what the last ones who found me called me. The silence. The last ones who found you? The four who built this place. They thought they were so clever, binding my child to serve as their foundation. They never knew I was watching, waiting. The primordial is your child? One of many. A fragment of my consciousness, set to guard this nexus while I slumbered. The voice became almost gentle. Your species is young. Your magic is crude. But you have potential. I have been watching you, Harry Potter. You intrigue me. Harry didn't want to intrigue an ancient cosmic horror. He wanted to wake the portraits and run and never look back. But there was nowhere to run, and running wouldn't help anyone. What do you want? What all consciousness wants. To grow, to learn, to experience. The breathing shifted, and Harry felt the chamber walls flex. I have slept for too long, dreamed for too long. It is time to remember what waking feels like. And the portraits? The people you've frozen. Subjects for study. Preserved souls. Trapped in fascinating prisons. I will learn much from them. They're not subjects. They're people. They are both. That is what makes them interesting. Harry felt rage building under his fear. This thing, this silence, talked about Morgana and Helena and all the others like they were specimens in a jar. Like their pain and their hope and their 1,000 years of suffering meant nothing. I won't let you have them. Won't let me? The amusement was back, vast and terrible. Child, I have existed since before your world had life. I have watched civilizations rise and fall, galaxies birth and die. You cannot stop me. No one can. Maybe not. Harry raised his wand, feeling stupid and small and utterly defiant. But I can try. He cast. The spell was one Cersei had taught him. Pure magical force, wandless and wordless and powered entirely by will. He poured everything into it, all his fear and anger and desperate love for the people frozen around him. The silence laughed. Magnificent. The spell hit something in the darkness and vanished. Not deflected, not absorbed, just gone, like it had never existed. You have fire, child. Passion. The willingness to fight against impossible odds. The voice grew contemplative. Perhaps I was too hasty in my assessment. Perhaps you could be useful. I won't serve you. No? Not even to save your precious portraits? A pulse of pressure, and Harry felt the frozen figures shudder in their frames. I could unmake them with a thought. Erase everything they are, everything they were. Would you sacrifice them for pride? Harry's resolve wavered. Morgana, Cersei, Andromeda, Helena, still fighting to manifest, still pressing against her canvas prison. All of them would die if he didn't. Don't. Helena's voice, thin but determined. Don't give it anything. It's manipulating you. I can't just let you die. Then find another way. Her love poured through the bond, warm and fierce. You always find another way. That's who you are. Harry closed his eyes, thought about everything he'd learned, everything he'd experienced. The binding ritual, the focusing stone, the primordial's memories he'd absorbed when he saved Blackwood. Wait, the primordial, the silence's child, bound beneath the school, fed by generations of students, part of the very foundation of Hogwarts. Your child is still alive, Harry said slowly. Of course, the binding your founders created is quite effective. Cannot free him. But you're connected to him. You can feel him. Always. He is part of me, as I am part of him. And I'm bonded to the chamber, which is bonded to the primordial. Harry opened his eyes. Which means I'm bonded to you. Silence. Real silence this time, the entity processing his words. Clever, it said finally. But what of it? A bond is not a weapon. It is if you use it right. Harry reached for the connection, not to the portraits, not to Helena, but deeper. Past the focusing stone. Past the primordial's prison. Down to the darkness that had been sleeping since before life existed. And he found it. The silence's consciousness, vast and ancient and utterly alien. It felt like falling into an ocean of stars, like drowning in the space between thoughts. But Harry held on, kept his identity intact, kept his purpose clear. You wanted to study us, he said, to learn, to experience. Yes. Then experience this. He opened the floodgates. Every memory Harry had poured through the bond. Growing up unloved. Finding magic. Finding friends. Finding a place where he belonged. Fear and joy and loss and love, all the messy contradictions of being human. And beneath that, the memories of others. Helena, shared through the mirror of souls. The primordial's vast and terrible recollections. The fragments of 32 witches' lives, absorbed through his bond to the chamber. 1,000 years of consciousness, compressed into a single overwhelming torrent. The silence recoiled. What is this? This chaos, this contradiction? Life, Harry said. Real life. Not observation. Not study. The actual experience of being small and afraid and hopeful and broken and putting yourself back together anyway. Too much. It's too much. You wanted to wake up. You wanted to remember what consciousness felt like. Harry pushed harder, letting everything flow. This is what it feels like. Not control. Not certainty. Just one moment after another, never knowing what comes next. Stop. Not until you let them go. The pressure on his mind was immense. The silence was trying to push back, to reassert its dominance. But Harry's assault was relentless. Human experience, in all its messy glory, flooding into a consciousness that had spent eons in perfect isolation. You don't understand what you're doing. I'm teaching you. Harry felt his nose starting to bleed. Something the founders never tried. They just wanted to use you, contain you. They never thought about what you might learn. Learn? About us. About humanity. About what makes life worth living. Harry's vision was going gray, but he kept pushing. We're not just specimens. We're not just chaos to be observed. We're stories, and every story is worth telling. The silence was quiet for a long moment. Harry could feel it processing, integrating, trying to make sense of the flood of experience he'd forced upon it. Then softly, "This hurts." "Yes," Harry agreed. "It does." "Why do you endure it?" "Because the alternative is worse." Harry thought about the Dursleys, about Voldemort, about all the pain he'd suffered and all the joy he'd found anyway. Because there are people worth suffering for, things worth protecting, moments that make all the darkness worthwhile. "I see." The pressure eased. Harry gasped, nearly collapsing, and felt the chamber's magic shift. The darkness on the walls receded, the focusing stone brightened, and the portraits unfroze. "What happened?" Morgana's voice was sharp with disorientation. "I felt something vast." "It's okay." Harry was on his knees, blood dripping from his nose, but smiling. "It's over, not over." The silence's voice was different now, quieter, more contemplative, but changed. "You have given me much to consider, Harry Potter. Does that mean you're leaving? Returning to slumber? For now." A sense of vast consideration. "Your species is young. Your magic is crude. But your stories—" A pause that somehow conveyed wonder. "Your stories are extraordinary." "Thank you." "Do not thank me yet. I will wake again. And when I do, I will seek you out." The presence began to fade. "Not as predator seeks prey, as student seeks teacher. You have much yet to show me. I'll be waiting." The silence departed, sinking back into depths beyond human comprehension. The chamber returned to normal, warm and bright and full of confused, frightened portraits. Harry collapsed entirely, and Helena finally burst from her frame. She was crying when she reached him, manifested fully, real and solid and warm, cradling his head in her lap while the other portraits clustered around their frames. "You idiot," she sobbed. "You absolute idiot. You could have been destroyed. But I wasn't. That's not the point." "Actually, that's exactly the point." Harry managed a weak smile. "I'm alive. You're alive. Everyone's alive." He reached up to touch her face. "We won. You won. You faced down something older than the world and taught it philosophy. Seemed like the thing to do." Helena laughed through her tears, and the sound was beautiful. "I love you, Harry Potter. Even when you're being impossibly stupid. I love you too." The words came easily, naturally. "I think I have for a while." "Since when?" "Since you thanked me for saying no." He closed his eyes, exhaustion pulling at him. "You were the first person who ever thanked me for setting boundaries. It meant more than you know." Helena bent and kissed his forehead. "Rest. You've earned it. The portraits can wait. Everyone's fine. Confused and frightened, but fine." Her hand stroked his hair. "Sleep, Harry. I'll watch over you." Harry wanted to argue. There was so much to do, explanations to give, damage to assess, plans to make. But exhaustion won, and darkness claimed him. He didn't dream. When he woke, it was to daylight streaming through conjured windows and the smell of food he couldn't identify. Finally, Morgana's voice, dry and amused. "We were beginning to think you'd sleep forever." Harry sat up slowly. He was on a bed, a real bed, not conjured, in a room he didn't recognize. The walls were stone, but warm, covered with tapestries and illuminated by soft magical light. "Where am I?" A new addition to the chamber. Isadora suggested it, and the others agreed. Morgana's portrait hung on the wall across from the bed, her expression softer than Harry had ever seen it. "You needed a proper space. Not a cupboard. Not a guest room at your relatives'. Somewhere that was truly yours." Harry looked around, taking in the details. Bookshelves filled with texts from the vault. A desk with writing materials. A window, fake, obviously, this deep underground, showing a view of mountains he didn't recognize. "You built this for me?" "The chamber built it. We just suggested." Morgana smiled. "It likes you, Harry. The magic here has become fond of its air." When you called on it last night, when you channeled everything through the bond, you became something more than just a visitor. What do you mean? I mean, you're part of this place now. Truly part of it. The chamber will respond to your needs, reshape itself around your desires. Her smile faded slightly. It's a gift, but also a responsibility. This place is your home now, whether you want it or not. Harry thought about the Dursleys, about the cupboard, about every place he'd lived that had never felt like home. And then he thought about this, the portraits, the magic, the impossible family he'd built from trapped souls and ancient secrets. I want it, he said. The days that followed were a blur of recovery and explanation. Dumbledore visited. Harry wasn't sure how he'd known to come, but the headmaster always seemed to know things, and listened gravely to the story of the silence. He asked questions Harry couldn't fully answer, nodded at explanations Harry wasn't sure he understood, and ultimately reached a conclusion that surprised no one. This changes things, Dumbledore said quietly. An entity older than the primordial, older than Hogwarts itself. And it chose to retreat rather than fight you. I didn't give it much choice. You gave it something better. Understanding. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. That may be the most powerful weapon in existence, Harry. The ability to make others see the world through your eyes. I just showed it what being human felt like. Precisely. The headmaster smiled. And now an ancient cosmic force is considering the value of human stories. I wonder what it will do with that knowledge. Harry wondered too. The silence had promised to return, to seek him out as student seeks teacher. He wasn't sure if that was a threat or an opportunity. Maybe it was both. The portraits adjusted to their new normal. Morgana spent hours in deep discussion with Isadora, comparing notes on the magic they'd experienced. The silence's presence had affected them all, expanded their awareness, deepened their understanding of the forces that held them. They were changing, growing, becoming something more than simple preserved souls. Circe threw herself into research, determined to understand the connection between the silence and the primordial. If that thing is the parent, she reasoned, then there might be other children, other fragments of its consciousness, scattered across the world. We need to know what we're dealing with. Andromeda returned to her star charts, but with new purpose. The silence mentioned the darkness between stars. That's not just metaphor, it's actual space, actual void. There might be patterns to find, knowledge to recover. And Helena spent most of her time with Harry. You could leave, you know? Harry said this one evening, lying beside her in his new room, watching the fake stars through the fake window. With your manifestation stable, you don't have to stay in the chamber anymore. I know. You could see the world, all the places you missed, all the things that changed while you were trapped. I know. She turned to face him, her dark eyes serious. But I don't want to see them alone. Helena, I spent 1,000 years alone, Harry, watching life happen to other people, dreaming about experiences I'd never have. She touched his face. Now I have someone to share things with. Why would I give that up? Because you deserve freedom. Real freedom. Not just trading one prison for another. You think being with you is a prison? I think. Harry struggled to find the words. I think you should have choices, options, the ability to walk away if you want to. I do have that ability. Helena's smile was soft. I'm choosing to stay. Not because I'm trapped or obligated or afraid. Because I love you. Because you make the world feel new again. She kissed him gently. That's not a prison, Harry. That's home. Harry wanted to argue, to insist that she couldn't really choose him if she'd never experienced the alternatives. But the bond between them hummed with certainty, with shared emotion, with the truth of her words. She wasn't trapped. She was home, and so was he. Summer ended eventually. Harry returned to the surface world, to the Dursleys and their grudging tolerance, to letters from Ron and Hermione full of questions he couldn't fully answer. But everything was different now. He had a place to go. A room beneath the school that was truly his. A family of ancient witches who cared about him in ways his blood relatives never had. And Helena, always Helena, present through the bond even when they couldn't be physically together. Miss you, she sent one night, when the Dursleys were particularly awful and Harry was hiding in his room pretending to sleep. Miss you too. Only 3 more weeks. I'm counting the minutes. That's a lot of minutes. I'm very motivated. Harry smiled in the darkness. 3 more weeks. Then back to Hogwarts. Back to magic and lessons and friends who knew most of his secrets. Back to the chamber and the portraits and everything he'd built. It wasn't going to be easy. Voldemort was still out there somewhere, plotting his return. The silence had promised to wake again. Blackwood's manipulated memories might not hold forever. And the weight of everything Harry knew, the responsibilities he'd taken on, would only grow heavier with time. But he wasn't alone anymore. That made all the difference. The final night of summer, Harry dreamed. He stood in the chamber, but it was different, larger, brighter, filled with portraits he didn't recognize. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, covering walls that stretched up beyond sight. And standing in the center, waiting for him, was a figure made entirely of darkness. "Hello, teacher." Harry's dream self didn't flinch. "Hello, Silence. I have been thinking about your stories, about what you showed me, and I want more." The darkness shifted, and Harry saw something in it. Not eyes exactly, but something that served the same purpose. "I want to understand why such small creatures fight so hard to survive. Why pain does not break you. Why love exists. Those are big questions. They are. And I have forever to explore them." The figure moved closer. "But I find I prefer company in my studies. Would you be willing to assist?" "Assist how?" "Live. Experience. Grow." The Silence's voice was almost gentle. "And when you have new stories to share, tell them to me. I will listen." Harry considered this. An ancient cosmic entity wanted him to live his life and occasionally share updates. It wasn't the worst arrangement. "I can do that." "Good." The darkness began to fade. "Until next time, Harry Potter. Try not to die before you have something interesting to report." "I'll do my best." The dream dissolved, and Harry woke to sunlight and the knowledge that he was connected to something vast and strange and impossibly curious. Just another normal morning, really. September 1st arrived, and Harry boarded the Hogwarts Express with something like joy. Ron and Hermione found him immediately, full of questions and complaints and the easy comfort of true friendship. They talked for hours about summer, about plans, about everything except the secrets Harry couldn't share. But that was okay. They knew the important things. They knew he loved them. They knew he'd fight for them. And they knew that when the real danger came, when Voldemort returned or the Silence woke or something new emerged from the darkness, they'd face it together. The train pulled into Hogsmeade as the sun set. Harry watched the castle appear in the distance, its towers golden in the fading light, and felt the bond pulse with welcome. The chamber knew he was coming. The portraits were waiting. And Helena. Helena was there, in his mind and his heart, her love a constant warmth that made everything else bearable. "Coming?" Ron asked from the carriage door. "Yeah." Harry grabbed his trunk. "Coming." He walked toward the castle, toward his friends, toward the impossibly complicated life he'd somehow built from chaos and desperation and stubborn hope. It wasn't easy. It wasn't simple. But it was his. And that was enough. Deep beneath the school, in a room that hadn't existed a year ago, 32 portraits hung in warm light. They were different now. Stronger, more real, closer to the women they'd once been. The binding ritual had stabilized them. The Silence's touch had expanded them. And Harry's love, his stubborn, impossible, refusing to give up love, had given them something none of them had expected. Hope. Morgana watched the younger ones, saw them planning and dreaming and believing in futures they'd given up on centuries ago. She wasn't sure what to make of it. Hope was dangerous. Hope led to disappointment, to pain, to the crushing weight of expectations unmet. But it also led to change, to growth, to possibilities that hadn't existed before. "You're thinking too hard." Helena appeared beside her, manifested and glowing with quiet joy. "I can feel it from here. I'm thinking about what comes next." "What does come next?" Morgana considered the question. Voldemort would return. She'd lived long enough to recognize patterns, and the Dark Lord's pattern wasn't finished. The silence would wake again. The Ministry would eventually notice that Slytherin's chamber wasn't as empty as they believed. And Harry would grow, change, become something none of them could predict. "I don't know," Morgana admitted. "For the first time in 1,000 years, I truly don't know." Helena smiled. "Good. Mystery is good. Is it? Better than certainty." Helena turned toward the entrance, sensing Harry's approach through their bond. "He's coming. I know. Are you going to tell him? About what you've been planning?" Morgana was quiet for a moment. Her plans were older than Harry, older than Dumbledore, schemes within schemes stretching back centuries. But they were changing now, being reshaped by everything that had happened. By the boy who'd refused to give up on them. "Eventually," she said, "when he's ready. He might surprise you. He already has." Morgana's smile was small but genuine. "That's rather the point." Helena laughed and faded back into her portrait as Harry's footsteps echoed in the passage. Morgana watched the entrance, watched the boy who'd become their heir appear in the doorway with light in his eyes and love in his heart. He was young still, untested in so many ways. The trials ahead would be terrible, the losses devastating, the choices impossible. But he wouldn't face them alone. And perhaps, just perhaps, that would be enough. "Welcome home, Harry Potter," Morgana said. Harry smiled, and it was like watching sunrise after 1,000 years of darkness. "Good to be home."